Fun.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, I just bring it up because
So did I.
so did I. But we all are very all. Yeah. I just like I retain things. I know. Yeah. To be retired.
You guys are good to go?
I think so.
Awesome.
Here yesterday, so I think
Sounds good.
How are you today?
Tired.
Yeah, I bet. Sleep all day tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be a good day to sleep.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Hi, Shelly.
Sure.
Hi, Jared. Hi, Shelly. That's okay. I'm already sorry. I came in a bit late.
Yeah.
Happy by seven.
I was at JDC West. Oh, okay. I was on board. So, well, familiar with this. I was on the other side, so
Oh.
this is fun.
You?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I'm gonna moderate. I will introduce everybody. When it comes to the question period, I will moderate the question. One question. I'm a pie.
I actually do. I usually do. I usually do. I don't even know what I'm saying this. Like, until I'm not on the like something 17. Yeah, but that wasn't. He didn't do anything wrong. It was like me, like filling out the class for not knowing something. And then filling again, and then I had to. So long. I literally don't even remember you.
Oh, wow.
So this semester I had a class where everybody came and sat with me. I was like, I'm gonna take a really history class.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's the one thing, he's like, I don't really get like time.
Oh, sorry.
Is this a marketing? Is there a marketing? Yeah, I was like, it took too long, to like our punchline, that was just, yeah. I'm sleeping, that's awesome. I'm actually gonna be sad.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, no problem.
Is that like skit night? And she like, she was like, you know, whatever. Like, I'm not this. But like, she's like, what'd you do? You got that? She's like, oh, you coffee. Yeah, I know, not bad. Hey, that is really good. I'm just a film, but still, it's good. Was the off nails? Yeah, well, actually, they're my New Year's nails that I just got. Western nails. It's on 16th, and they have the stores on it. And they're all nails done. And sometimes it comes in lots of and it's so cute. You just like all in it. That is actually my hope, because I've been to set their unique value. Like, you know what I mean? They're FSA, the first specific advantage is that they have this window, and that creates real customers.
Everybody, and welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of the land. Thank you to our judges, Aubrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay. I will be academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, on the other side of the room, will hold up the timing clues for the participants and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question by raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted out the room by myself, and no questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Hold applause until the end of the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
As a kid, I got the opportunity to work with my grandfather in his little garage where he worked on his many cars and told me many stories about how he built his first car as a kid and how impactful I know for him it was. And those stories transferred on to me, and I know how much of an impact it's had on both his and my life. And if, Mark, you are making even a fraction of the impact that that had on me and my grandfather, I know these kids would be incredibly grateful and overall supported going in and going past troubling times for themselves. My name's Jenna, and I am proud to present with my co-workers Cole and Janie, Finding the Parts to Rebuild, the strategy plan for the 2023 to 2024 year for the shop.
Starting with the overall summary of our executive summary, for the problem statement, how can the shop build a sustainable and resilient social enterprise moving forward? So the main key issues we have here is first, that there is a gap in revenue due to the decrease in prices of used cars, and this is due to the COVID situation based off of 2020 and 2022 now, and the issue of reduced number of programs due to COVID-19. So the recommendation based off of our key issues here is that, first of all, engaging and interacting with potential donors through social media and events, as well as promoting this on radio ads and news channels, and also introducing new shop services where your participants can work and enhance their skills in the workplace. And the impact of this is that there will be added revenue of $24K from shop services in 2025 and donations of $60K by the end of year of 2024. Just starting off with a financial analysis. So in 2020, your car revenue was 120K, and in 2024, we're expecting a targeted revenue of 144K and 60K together. So your car revenue will decrease since due to COVID prices and the prices being very competitive, but we're hoping to get 60K donation grants. And then for the expenses, it should stay relatively the same from 2022 to 2024, and the cash position is going to decrease quite a bit from 2020 to 2024, but just the overall key takeaway here is that the donations and grants is something that we're going to focus on to increase, and the car revenue will decrease. So some overall stakeholder analysis, starting with your participants, the main reason you have your organization and why you're here. So these are 15 to 25-year-olds who want support and training due to the hardships they may have faced in life, and they just want a way to learn technical skills and job employments that will secure their future and a way for them to go further. The next stakeholder is partners and donors. So these are just people who want to give back to your community and help your youth out to grow. And then we have the vehicle donors. So this primarily consists of people who want to get rid of their old cars, and the incentive to this is that they will have a tax receipt incentive also, as well as that they're giving back to the community and just helping your youth out overall, as well as referral companies. So referral companies are people who have their own clients and they're hoping to get assistance from your organization, and which is the shop, and ways that they can help their youth out. So just the overall more of a deeper dive into your youth analysis. So all the youth that you work with are one-on-one with mentors, and this is best structured to fit and make sure that it's tailored to their needs and what your participants want, as well as you're targeting 15 to 25-year-olds who experience life barriers, and it's things like school suspension and conflict with the law, so making sure that you're identifying the right group of people to target. And the youth spend time between 6 weeks to 6 months in the shop, and the youth connect with organizations such as the justice system, educational institutions, and ways to just spread your organization and ways that you can get more participants to come. But the overall key takeaway here is that the shop continues to provide meaningful services and through a tailored and industrialized participant experience. So we just took an overall look at your mission statement, and again, through this we learned that your participants are your main objective, and just figuring out obligations and ways that you can give back to them and the best way that it'll profit them in the future. So for the organizational analysis, so we did between pre-COVID and post-COVID. So before COVID, you served 70 youth per year, and this was, you had a youth ratio of, which was greater than 1, and due to this, your participants didn't get as much of a personalized experience, but you had more growth. But then post-COVID, you served 25 youth per year, and due to this, they got more one-on-one time and a way to have like longer experience and for them to grow. So the mentoring ratio post-COVID was 1-to-1 with tailored mentorships based on what your participants want. And then also pre-COVID, your significant fundings from grants and other donations. So this was about 67% in 2019, and post-COVID, this was reduced to 21%. So, but the overall key takeaway here is that it is quite different from pre-COVID to post-COVID. So making sure that you use your distinguishable qualities and organization to provide holistic customers to attract more donors to your organization. So just a general overview of the used car industry. Right now, there is a growth of the used car industry from 2021 to 2020 and early 2022, and this is again due to the COVID pandemic. And since March 2022, the Canadian Black Book Index for used vehicle has been declining, and just you have to present a vulnerability within the used car industry. So due to COVID, the used car industry is going right now, and there's competitive prices. So just making sure that the shop will need to secure sustainable funding and other ways to make sure that you're still going forward through the competitive pricing of the used car industry. But just some overall key takeaways from the key analysis going into the recommendation. First, it is imperative that the shop continues to provide meaningful services and a way to make the participants feel valued and an industrialized participant experience, as well as the funding has significantly decreased during COVID-19. So finding ways to make sure that your organization is unique and continuously getting funding going forward. And the used car industry continues to deflate the shop, so finding out sustainable fundings in other ways. So now Jenna will go into a more detailed recommendation.
So to start off with, how do you increase revenues and fundings so that you can make the most impact on your participants as a whole? So this will be outside of specifically those used car sales because the industry is deflating, so you won't gain as much revenue from it. So there's 3 main sources here. Firstly, new shop services. Right now you do offer selling those used cars and fixing them up. So expanding that similar to how a dealership would provide oil changes, brake checks, or potentially wheel alignments, things along those lines. And again, this will just bring in an alternate form of revenue, sustainable for both the organization, sort of in parallel to selling those used cars. However, this would be resource and time intensive at the start. However, this will also still give the participants the opportunity to work with those cars, particularly in aspects like oil changes, where in theory anybody can do it at home, but it gives a brief introduction to those car parts and to the processes that need to get completed for them. Next would be the donors, so bringing in more donations as a whole. So again, this will bring in both unrestricted and restricted funding depending on how the donor would like that to go. So say the donor specifically allocates it to a specific program, it'll have to go there, but if they don't allocate it anywhere, then you're willing to use it for either marketing budget or something along those lines as well for upkeep. However, this can be unpredictable as a whole, just because you don't know how many donors you get or how much in donations they are willing to give. Next would be grants. This would again be a yearly application, could bring in a significant amount of funding. This, however, would be restrictive funding, so you wouldn't be able to necessarily use it for any program you would like or for other administrative costs. However, this also would be hard to sustain, at least to begin with, just because of the reduction in programs because of COVID-19. there is the likelihood that the government grants aren't as easily accessible because you aren't providing all of the programs that you have been in the past. So from here, we have the two starting recommendations, providing those new shop services to increase revenues sustainably, as well as getting more donations and donors as a whole. So going from here, who would be the best donors to target and for marketing specifically? So there is 4 main options here. Firstly, there's vehicle donators. So again, brings in alternate form of potentially unrestricted revenue. However, they specifically wouldn't be able to necessarily donate entirely because they already have purchased, or they have already donated through donating these cars. Next would be partners. They are a lot more willing to give. However, there is the potential issue that they specifically want an ask. So for them, you would have to give them a number or an item that you're looking to buy to incentivize that donation so they can see the benefits surrounding it. Next would be car buyers. Again, they would have limited disposable income at the moment because they have just bought a used car from you guys already. However, they could be potentially interested in the work that you're doing and still willing to donate, or potentially come back for those new services like oil changes. Next would be youth, and these could be participants or other people as well. Usually youth are more likely to buy secondhand cars because they don't have the budget for larger ones, so they're more likely to buy cars than donate money just because they do not have the disposable income that is required. So from here, the top 2 recommendations would be the targeting vehicle donators and partners, so that you do have unrestricted funding and there's less disposable income to worry about overall. Next, how to engage with donors. Here we'll look at both engaging with donors as well as interacting with donors. Engaging with donors is specifically getting their attention and bringing awareness to the business. Interacting will be getting those donations. How are you going to do that? So for this one, how are you going to engage the donors? How are you going to get their attention? So there's 4 main ways, starting with local TV and radio ads. Again, this will target the local Toronto demographic that you're looking for, and it'll raise awareness quickly. However, you can't necessarily keep track of what demographics you're targeting or potentially how much of an impact you're having. Next would be social media, similar concerns, unknown demographic that you're targeting, and this one has both a pro and a con. It can be labor intensive. It's sort of a choose how much you want to invest in it. So you can invest smaller amounts into free basis, so Facebook and Instagram, which you're already doing. However, paying somebody to develop more content would require a larger budget. However, it is easy and versatile to work with, so you can work on different platforms to target different demographics as well. Next would be emails, which is quick and not too resource intensive. You could use something like, I think it's Email Monkey, something along those lines. And however, this does often go to junk and can be ignored. It doesn't engage the donors very well. Next would be flyers or papers. Again, this is cost intensive and would take time to get out. So if you're to send it in the mail, it wouldn't necessarily get to anybody for a couple of weeks. And this would be less hands-on though, so there wouldn't be necessarily as much work there. So from here, the best 2 options would be local TV and radio ads and advertising through social media as a whole. Next, how to interact with donors. Again, just to reiterate, specifically getting those donations and engaging with them so that they are willing to donate. There are a couple main options here. So firstly, events and shop visits. This engages the public and gives them an idea of exactly what type of an impact they are having overall. And they get to see the work that the youth are doing specifically. However, this could be potentially an issue just given COVID. If there's limits to how many people can be in the shop at that time, that could come around, and this would just mean more people in the shop as a whole, so you'd have to be careful when people are in, just for safety reasons. Next would be a online donation tab. This is easily accessible, easy to add to your current website, and is accessible to all donors. However, sometimes it can cause hesitancy just because you're seeing somebody asking for donations and they might not have read the entire website or seen the impact that they would have from donating, so they could increase hesitancy as a whole. Next would be corporate presentations. So this would be working directly with employers for you. So say somebody who is looking for employees to work at an oil business or something along those lines, they'd be able to help with that. And lastly, door-to-door or phone calls, which doesn't really engage with people and people are less likely to pick up or donate. So this would come along with events and shop visits. Here is just a summary of our recommendations. So overall, engaging with donors, interacting with those donors, and then providing those new shop services to increase revenues. Next will be Cole with our implementation.
All right, so before we move into the next section, I just want to kind of outline what we'll be discussing. So first is a phase 1 timeline. That'll be kind of the first 6 months, so starting now going through to July. And then a phase 2 timeline that focuses more on adding those new shop services, which will go from July till next January. Then we'll go to some key performance indicators that you should look for to ensure that this recommendation is on track and is successful. Some risks that we've identified with our recommendation and potential mitigations to alleviate those risks, and then some future considerations. So our phase 1 timeline, again, is more so developing your social media presence as well as engaging with and interacting with donors. So first would be finding youth that are within your shop who are interested in engaging and potentially being involved in the social media activities and campaigns. We see Mark kind of heading this up, and then this just finding the youth would be about a month, and then developing social media content. So we recommend hiring a digital content consultant to kind of take some of that work off of Mark and Steve's plate, just to ensure that the work is professional and that it has an impact on potential donors and the public in general. And this would take 2 months, we see, from March to April to develop the social media content to get a good base and then later post. And then developing a donor attraction video. So we see this being very, very useful for approaching different corporations, potentially news outlets, that kind of thing, to get them to understand what your organization is doing and the impact that you have on the community. And then producing the radio advertisement, which will be the main source of spreading the word through public means. And these would both take place in May. And then reaching out to news channels. We see potentially news channels coming into your shop to kind of interview with youth if they want to, or just generally get a look at the space and potentially advertising this through the news outlet. So reaching out would be in June, and then reaching out to potential donors and sponsors through Mark's network would be June to July. Given that he has that extensive network before, we don't see this taking too long. However, we'll get into that a little bit later. And then secondly, our phase 2, which is again focused on the shop, so training youth, attaining shop and services goods, and then advertising these new services through your social media, through news outlets, through the radio. And then we see you hosting your first shop visit event, whether it be a news outlet or a corporate sponsor, in September of this year. And then while we did say that grants maybe weren't the best idea right now, potentially considering that after you've built up your programs again into next year. So some key performance indicators, we see you having 200 shop services in total by the end of 2024. So one of our assumptions is that you'll make about $20 in profit per shop service, so that would add about $8,000 of revenue in your first year, and then increasing by $200 for the next 2 years. Having $75,000 in donations by the end of next year. So in our financial projections, we had it as $60,000 in donations by this time next year, or sorry, by June of next year. So just getting that extra $15,000 on top of that, and then having 85 participants in the program by January of 2025. So a couple of risks. The youth do not want to be involved in the videos. We see this being more of a back end option, meaning that the youth can be involved in like the production and filming and that kind of thing. So that's not too big of a risk. However, work completed by the youth in the shop services could be a bigger risk in that it's a new service that you're offering, and they may not have a ton of experience. However, this isn't as difficult work or as technical as what they're doing right now, and Steve would train these workers to ensure that this is not a big problem. And these are our future considerations here. Again, applying for grants would be kind of a year out, not a priority right now. So our overall problem that we wanted to address is how can the shop build a sustainable and resilient social enterprise moving forward. We've identified our key issues here, and we're recommending promotion on radio ads and news channels, and introducing new shop services, as well as engaging with donors.
We will now start our 5-minute questions from judges. If you can just indicate to me. I was just wondering, when you're looking at who you are looking closely at people already involved with the organization. What are some of your plans to target people?
Yeah, so great question, Aubrey. Thank you for asking. So primarily what we were looking to target outside of the current connections that the organization has is through these TV news outlets, as well as the radio channels. And by increasing your social media presence as well, and getting that more meaningful content, which would be potentially like progress videos on cars, or even like testimonials from participants within your program, we think that would expand your reach and have a more meaningful impact if you can develop that presence and remain consistent with it, and that will hopefully bring in more donors and more attraction to your organization in general.
Something that's kind of happening in the broader environment right now is that inflation is super high, money is tight for people, some people are having a hard time buying groceries, and so they might not be as interested in donating. How do you sort of overcome that challenge as a nonprofit, or how do we overcome that challenge as a nonprofit, and sort of convince people that we deserve their hard-earned money that maybe be stretched a little bit further these days?
So that was the point of the proposition for the new shop services. The cars will still be necessary, especially with potential like increase in gas prices. It might mean people have to choose just regular gas more often if they tend to go higher, which might mean impacts on the car. So they might have to come in more often for certain changes, oil changes, things along those lines. So we're still offering that option for the public. If they're not necessarily willing to donate, at least they get a service out of this, and this will still give the participants the option to work with cars, not necessarily the ones going and being sold, but still working with the cars that are coming in and out of the shop, and it'll bring in that sustainable form of revenue going forward that is already mostly in place.
So it sounds like you guys are going to add more services in order to get more revenue. Dropped off in the number of youth who are participating, and one of the key benefits for us is having that one-on-one. Foresee us getting more services done with less youth.
Sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Yeah, for sure. So as you guys target, you're not really targeting new clients coming in to work on cars, from what I understand, but you want to add services. So how are we going to get more work done with less youth?
So, based off of the youth right now, we're going post-COVID it's going to be 25 participants. So how we're going to do that is that the services aren't going to be like intense or particularly like a lot, so that the participants can have a wide variety of options to choose from, and it is still possible to get it done with that many participants. And in the future, once the COVID goes away, or like post-COVID, you'll have like more participants will be added again, and you'll be able to combat that.
Getting those organizations that refer youths to your program, to our program?
We did consider this. However, we thought potentially targeting corporations such as like Canadian Tire, things like that, that already are involved in these youth programs and things like that, and potentially supporting an organization that is similar in terms of the business that they do, might be a bit more meaningful. We didn't necessarily give it a lot of thought to targeting the referral programs, but we just wanted to mainly target corporations that kind of fall in line with your business and your values.
Okay.
Okay.
Guys can exit with me.
This is a safety precaution, I think, to go forward. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Here we go. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory, homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of the land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Aubrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, on that side of the room, will be holding up time cues throughout the presentation period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question by raising their hand. I, the presentation monitor, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted out of the room. Questions or comments are permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Please hold your applause until after the end of the question period. You're free to begin your presentation.
Mentorships are crucial when understanding community growth, whether that be joining a mentorship program in your university to join a club or to find a role model that will guide you through difficult situations.
This organization hits very home to me. A close family member of mine was once a troubled youth and in substance abuse area and problems. But through an auto body shop mentorship, he actually was able to start a transitionary period of his life and come through that. It wasn't quite as impactful as yours is. You truly connect with these individuals, where this one was just a job. But a similar organization to this has had true impact in a family member of my life and in many other lives of individuals. I'm Owen, this is Brooklyn, and I'm here with Somya, and we are NJO Consulting. So the primary problem that we're focusing on today is to build awareness in the new market Ontario region for your organization, the shop. The secondary problem we're also going to be tackling is establishing sustainable revenue growth for the future so that your organization is able to continue this valuable service for years to come. The criteria we're tackling in our implementation is to grow the social media streams, increase your donations, and diversify your funding. Our solution includes a marketing plan, a brand new event for your organization, and creating sponsorship packages and programs to bring in corporate sponsors and diversify your revenue stream. The overall impact will be $25,000 in the safety net created, something that currently is not accessible to your organization, and a 2,000% increase in the online presence.
Now, going through our different analysis tools, the first one we'll begin with is a situational analysis.
taking a look at where you are, what you kind of need to progress, and where you should be. Looking at your strengths, you have an amazing website URL. As soon as you type in donate cars, your link shows up right away. Another great one is to have those deep connections made with the youth that you're currently mentoring with. They want to come back, they want to give back to the community, and that's because of your organization. Another great strength is that you've been in this not-for-profit for 20 years. You've established yourself and you're able to expand locally as well. Some weaknesses is your overall online presence, whether that be on social media platforms, just to reach a different demographic, as well as your limited resources. As of right now, you have 2 main employees, and that is just not enough to get by. As well as the reliance on car sales. As we'll further go into our analysis tools, you'll see why that's such a great problem. Your overall opportunities is to expand your online reach, engage with the sponsors, your current and potential sponsors as well, and overall expansion so you can impact the right amount of youth to help in your organization. Key takeaway is to develop a strong digital presence. Now going through a financial analysis, 78% of your total revenue is from used cars. And this is a very volatile market. Sometimes it's really good and your sales are great, just like in the COVID-19 pandemic. But now, as we are slowly turning away from that, the used car industry is slowing down, and that is reducing your overall sales. As well as you have an expected loss in 2023 and 2024 of $24,000. That's a lot, and you really need to allocate this money into your resources. As well as there is no surplus left after 2024, getting into a deficit of $3,000. The key takeaway, you need reliable and sustainable funding streams.
So there's a lot of important people in your organization, and so I'm going to take you through a stakeholder analysis which looks at all these important people, and then we'll show you kind of who we want to move and who we want to focus your efforts on. So the stakeholder analysis looks at the interest that each of these groups has within your organization, as well as the amount of power they have to affect change in the organization. So starting at the top, of course, most important is the vulnerable youth that you're serving. They have a lot of interest in what your organization is doing as they directly benefit, but not a lot of power to create that change, though some, as they're the people who are working on the cars that you're selling. Next is the partners that you have. So these are people who are donating, providing in-kind donations, and otherwise supporting your organization. They do have more power, not a lot of interest though. The next one is referral agencies. So this is where people who you serve are coming from. So these are groups that are working with youth who eventually come to your organization. Again, a medium amount of power, a medium amount of interest. Vehicle buyers are the people who are buying your final product, who are generating a lot of your revenue. And then finally, the group that we want to focus on is vehicle donors. So if we take a look at your website, right now you have 2 cars listed for sale, and both of them are sold. And so what that tells us is that you don't have enough supply to be able to continue to generate revenue. So this is a really important group that we want to focus on to be able to increase your supply and further generate more revenue down the line. So if we take a look at this graph once more, we want to push and increase the interest of vehicle donors by expanding awareness of what your organization does in order to increase that pool of available cars to work on and then sell to increase revenue. And so the key takeaway here is that these donors are essential to your operations, both for generating revenue, but also for providing the services that you offer, because ultimately it's the cars that these people are donating that your people are working on to be able to build those skills for employability in the future.
So based off of this analysis tool, we came with 3 criteria to bring into this 12-month implementation plan. The first, developing the digital presence. The criteria for the plan, it needs to grow the social media streams. The impact of this, or the KPI, will be over 2,000 new followers on your social media accounts. The next is that the donors are essential to operate. We need to increase these donations to be able to keep up with the supply for the demand. The KPI, or the impact for this, will be a 25% increase in the cars donated, allowing you to gain more revenue stream from that as well, funding more programs in your organization. And lastly, with the no reliable funding streams, you need to diversify your funding, and this will be a movement of the non-car sale funds, so sponsorships and just in-kind donations, going up to 40% from the currently 22% it is at. So we want to introduce to you our 12-month plan for you, driving the future. What does this entail? It starts with a marketing plan. This is going to be utilizing your strong website that Somi already mentioned, with with the great URL link, and growing your digital presence in the other streams to funnel that in and increase your SEO and increase your presence online. The other part of it is going to be an event and a sponsorship package. And this is going to be a community event to really engage with the new market community, as well as creating a detailed sponsorship package. So if corporate sponsors do decide to work with you, or when they decide to work with you, they'll know exactly what they're getting into and have a detailed plan of what they're getting out of it. The costs of this plan is going to be $10,000, the budget that you have given us. The timeline is going to be actually before the 12 months, and we're going to be able to finish this in 8 months, giving you 4 months to reflect and plan for the years to come. And the KPIs we're going to be looking at is going to be those 2,000 follower increasing, the 25% increase in cars donated, and 3 core sponsors retained. And the impact is a $25,000 surplus that will allow your organization a safety net for the years to come as well, which currently is not there. So starting with the marketing plan, we're looking at the main persona for the vehicles donated, and that is that middle-aged demographic, the 45 to 65-year-olds. They value community, doing good in the community, and convenience. Your organization offers this convenience by picking up their vehicles from their house on the tow trucks, something that no other used car dealership does. Most people offer it where you have to drive the vehicle there and donate it, but you go directly to them, which is a huge value to them if they just knew it was out there. And where do you find them? Primarily with our research, the best areas to find them are Facebook and Instagram, currently 2 streams that you are utilizing, but also a new one of Twitter, which has seen increased use in that middle-aged demographic, and is currently one that your organization isn't on, which we think is a great opportunity to enter into. So what's this going to look like? It is going to be a marketing refresh of your current social medias. Currently, for Facebook, it's beginning, it's at 80 followers. We believe this can grow exponentially as once you get the awareness out there and get your brand out there, it will truly add the value and people will get to understand and know you, and we can see a huge skyrocket increase in this. And then also, as mentioned, increasing that Twitter by creating the account and starting to grow from there. On top of this as well, we want to implement a CRM to take the customers that you currently have with your organization and have a database of them to give call to actions and to include in your marketing efforts in the years to come, as they're already very interested in you, they just didn't know what you're doing. So how are we going to do this? The main way to increase your social media is through weekly posts. Currently, when we were looking over your social media, the posts are sporadic. There is some posts every couple days and some every couple months. There's not a set stream. So we really think it will be valuable to do weekly posts to get that consistency. With these posts, we want to highlight that doing storytelling, doing quick videos, doing paid targeted ads, and doing Instagram Lives will create a much more engaging experience for the users. And that is what we really see the value of the follower increase coming from, just by having your presence on there and getting your story out there and getting your brand known. The resources for this is actually going to utilize a grant that the Canadian government is putting on for marketing students or students in general. And we think this will be a huge value to your organization as you can get an experienced business student to come in and do your marketing with no cost to your organization. And then there would be an additional budget of $7,000 for the paid advertisements to get that information to the right people. And the overall impact of this will be that 2,000% increase in your followers and in your reach.
So the second phase of the implementation is the fun part, the event. And so this is something that you can start implementing regularly in your organization, primarily to expand the awareness that your organization has within the community. And so what would this be? It would be a local car wash and community event, so engaging the community with this fundraising car wash, but also with a barbecue, games, a way to bring the community together to support your organization, to increase awareness of your organization, but also to build a network for the youth that you serve right now. So people come, pay for a car wash, as well as a barbecue, paying for the car wash and the food. You're also able to leverage the existing partners that you have, as well as new partnerships with which Sonia will expand on later, to create a raffle where they can donate in kind, and then people who attend can buy tickets for your raffle and raise money that way. And you'll partner with a local car wash. So if we take a look at the next slide, we have a map of the Newmarket area, and it just highlights some of the car washes in the area. So there's quite a few to choose from, but we want the emphasis to be local and emphasizing that community. Something in close proximity to your shop to again really build that community feel. We think that community is really important, especially in the car car community, and it's a really good way to again create that community for the youth that you're serving. Not only are you providing them valuable skills to gain future employability, but you also want to provide them with a network of people who can support them throughout their journey and future connections for them to then gain those jobs down the road. And so a really important way to bring people into this event is personal invitations. So that can be personal invitations to people who have gone through your program, current employers of students, of youth who have gone through your program, current partners, maybe potential employers, potential partners for sponsorship as well, to really build and create that community. It's also a networking opportunity, kind of as I alluded to, for the youth that you're serving, to really engage in that community, maybe network with some people who they could potentially work for down the line, and really bring the community together to support the youth that you're serving. The resources for this would be around $1,000. A car wash is not super expensive, and by partnering with a local car wash, you're able to get around a lot of those costs. So these costs would go towards things like the barbecue, rental fees, maybe lawn game rentals to really create a fun atmosphere, as well as potentially marketing flyers to give out and really call people to action to donate, support, donate a car down the line. And then the people who this would involve is the car wash, obviously, that you're partnering with, as well as Steve and Mark from your organization, the volunteers that you have and mentors that you have, as well as the youth. We think this is a really good opportunity to engage the youth that you're working with right now, and have them run some of this and have some accountability in that regard. And the major impact that this is going to have is community awareness as well as donations, but the emphasis on the community awareness, because that's really what you need to build in order to increase the pool of people who are donating cars to your organization.
Now, not as fun as Brooklyn, but of course, a great source of revenue is the sponsorship packages. So what exactly is the sponsorship packages? So we have an overall outline and a structure, which would be developing 3-tiered sponsorship packages. And how we would be doing that is we'll be taking some of your core values, which is our monetary incentives, mentorships, and your in-kind programs that you have. We'll be also looking for small to medium enterprises in the community overall that will be able to give back to the community and really hone in on those ideas of community and helping the youth. Our overall resources that we'll be using is having that marketing intern be more so a part of it, reaching out to all these different sponsors, as well as building those relationships, not only for the short-term events, but for that long-term sustainable source of revenue. The overall impact is that the non-car sales funds will increase by 40%, and you'll have approximately 3 to 5 sponsors that will be a part of it. So whether that be pairing up with other automobile shops, or again, like those car washes that we previously mentioned. The whole point of the sponsorship package is not only just for getting in those funds, but it's also to have the overall awareness. Your non-for-profit is great, especially when understanding with the youth. So it is really crucial to be having that overall community and overall helping out the youth and providing them with the employment that they so heartily deserve. Now, to look at the overall financials that we'll be going into, for marketing and the event, it'll come down to the budget of that $10,000 that was previously given, as well as the new car sales expected would be approximately $260,000, and the year-end surplus would be that $24,000. This is to ensure that longevity of your organization and to help the most amount of youth that you possibly can.
Okay, so for a general timeline, it might look a little bit complex at the start, but I'll walk you through all of it. It starts right off the bat by hiring that intern. The grant is open right now, and we believe a 1-month turnaround is achievable and attainable for your organization to do, just to get that intern right in, hands-on, and start to work. Once that intern comes on board, it will start by working with the sponsorship package. We want to develop this before really diving into the marketing, so that when you get those leads and when you get those sponsors coming from these marketing efforts, you'll be able to capture them, you'll be able to have resources for them, and you won't lose a potentially company, organization changing sponsor by not having the right resources to give them. The marketing posts will then begin in month 3 and carry on to month 12. It will start by doing those Instagram reels and the storytelling stories we're talking about. And this is really going to be focused on showing your brand and showing your value and showing the story that these youths have with your organization. I feel it's very important to be very personal here, and really connect with the users of the social media, really tell the story. In month 3 as well, the sponsorship reach will be going on. So now that you have that newly developed sponsorship package, as well as these marketing efforts, we also recommend taking some time to look at potential sponsors and reach out to them and send them information, send them the packages, and just get that information out to them. In months 4 to 5, that's when we'll begin ramping up the efforts for the car wash community event. We planned 2 months just to lock in the sponsor and make sure all the agreement is set up, just so there's not any last minute scrabbling, and you could really have it locked in to begin marketing this event for the community. And then in month 6, that's when we highlight the car wash event, and that's when this will come through and be able to have that grand community engagement, as well as have some natural marketing come from that. There's 2 key milestones you want to target here. The first is in month 9, hitting that 1,000 social media followers. We think this is a good target because it gives you 3 months after the car wash with your engagement in the community to kind of re-up and make sure that you're on track to hit that KPI for the year. And then in month 10, we want to make sure that that increase in car donations is happening. So that would be 8 months into the marketing posts, just to make sure they're hitting the right target, and if it's not, reconvene and go with that. We want to look through this, but we can go back later. Basically, it's just to recap that the criteria from these plans were captured. The first one with the marketing plan, captured the growth in social media streams, and the donations were increased from that community event.
So of course, any good strategy has to have long-term goals. And so we want to make sure that you're looking forward, not just what you're going to do for the organization now, but what's going to happen down the road. So ultimately increasing the capacity that you have both for implementing and serving more youth, expanding to new locations, as well as starting to hire internally. So can you actually start hiring some of these people and supporting them yourself? In terms of risks, one important risk is what happens if the weather's bad on the day of your event. Easy mitigation for this is putting up tents and trying to pivot the focus of the event. And the other risk is being unable to secure that marketing intern grant. And so our recommendation would be to look for a student volunteer. I've actually done some volunteer work myself for a not-for-profit organization to build some of those marketing skills, or hire on a contract basis so you're not committing too much resources to this.
Youth are our future, and mentorship programs are a great way to sustain that. Thank you. We'll now be opening the floor for questions.
Well, I had a question, but you answered at the end, so I'll go with my other question, my main question. Twitter is hostile and going downhill right now. You mentioned that people that are donating cars want to do good for the community, or maybe they're, more concerned about the environment. Not demographic. So how are you demographic of people if they're either leaving Twitter or maybe not on Twitter?
Yeah, so with Twitter, it was kind of just to capture those stragglers who don't want to use Facebook and Instagram. Facebook and Instagram will be the primary ones, but we just felt that there's still a core community of people who still want to do good on Twitter. There is some bad areas and bad apples, but the reshareability and the retweetability of Twitter can give your brand a lot of reach. And we felt that it was still good to just include, just to make sure that your brand can really get out there and the awareness can increase.
You talked about sponsorship and having that be a diversified revenue. What do you think, from a financial standpoint, how much that's going to, what's kind of the base and I guess the hopes and dreams level of the sponsorship?
Yeah, for sure, I can take that question. Thank you for your question. So with sponsorship packages, the way we would be dividing the overall structure is in tiers. So the first tier would be, because these are local communities, we do want to kind of aim a little bit on the lower end. So the first tier would be around $5,000. The second tier would be $2,000 plus supplies. And the last tier would be just supplies and equipment. So overall, if we were to partner up with five different companies, they would be giving approximately $10,000. But that does help with it does cut a lot of costs that are towards equipment and overall, even for the supplies for the event. Having a car wash to sponsor that main event is a huge cost that is being cut right there.
My question kind of leads into that one. So when you're, as you know, like there's tons of different youth programs out there, and of course we're passionate about ours, but other people are passionate about theirs as well. How can we separate ourselves to those donors with that sponsorship package when we see so many going through their offices all the time?
So I think, and we should have maybe emphasized it more, connecting the car wash to, as a fundraiser for your organization, we hope really communicates the why and what you're actually supporting. And you did mention there's a lot of other organizations out there supporting youth, but yours is giving them skills to be employed in the future. And so by bringing in sponsors who have an interest in, you know, those skills that you're developing, as well as just the car community in general, bringing those people together, we feel that that would be incentive for those donors to be invested in what you're doing.
Piggybacking on that, do you consider any other additional benefits to the sponsors to kind of create a little more incentive for?
One of the ones we did also consider was kind of giving the sponsors ability to have mentorship opportunities and kind of allowing the students or the youth in your program to feed into those sponsorship companies. So if a car shop, for example, was a sponsor and they had someone come in and giving that, they could give that youth also an opportunity to work there, and they can get a worker and a potential career-long worker in the future.
Explain a little bit further your strategic decision to focus on social and financial sustainability.
For
As
sure.
your second.
I can take that question, and then Brooklyn, if you want to add on to it, for sure. So overall, having your organization have its overall awareness is what's going to bring in those funds. So it's more of like a domino effect. Once you reach the potential people that you want to reach, from there you'll be getting donations. From there you'll be getting those corporate sponsors. People need to know who you are as a whole, and from there you can make those revenue streams.
At the beginning, you mentioned a $25,000 safety net that you were looking for our organization to start implementing, but you didn't really expand on it much more. Do you have like some information you could provide, or why we wouldn't use those funds right away instead to build?
Yeah, so basically over COVID, you had the safety net developed, but it was eaten away. And if something comes down where revenue is at risk and you're not able to meet the demands, you don't want anything to happen to jeopardize the life of those youth. At the end of the day, the youth are the most important. You want to make sure that this program stays, you can continue influence in their lives for the years to come.
I'd like to ask our guests to exit.
You can also be there if you want to go back. Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you. You're amazing.
You that is.
Yesterday, I left the video that at the end, it's like, just give me the letter. Anything else in here that's? There you go, yeah. You guys exited well. Thank you.
hitting
with the clicker today. Start.
No, you don't. Oh, absolutely.
Still got some time. Morning, everybody, and welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that creates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Audrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, RB, will hold up the timing clues throughout the presentation and question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask questions through raising their hand. I, the academic moderator, will call on them to ask their questions. Once question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No further questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Please hold the applause to the end of the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Future.
Younger generation have so much potential and to dream about their future. However, there's some younger generation who are struggling with their life, who got suspended, who got detained from school, who are struggling with substance use. They need the creative outlet to express their burning desire and interest and passion. And that's when your organization comes into play, to guide them to the right path, to provide them with the successful roadmap of life. We're JDC Consulting. I'm Danielle, this is Divine, and this is Jed. We're here to help you guys tackle some issues and provide your organization with solutions to help achieve the missions and goals you have in mind.
All right, so as we've come to the consensus, we have summarized a few main issues that we see that your organization has been tackling. The main one being needing to find a sustainable revenue stream in order to streamline and fund all your great operations, as well as rebuilding connections with donors and the Family Foundation. We've also understand that a secondary issue would be the need to increase program output and garner more attention and details with yourselves and the youth that you provide care for.
So the constraints analyzed here are, of course, people, time, and finance. So with the people constraint, there's a lack of staff to expand and to give the children the utmost quality that they deserve. So the time constraint here is at the current pace, the current track, Jumpstart and the garage will be at a loss in 2 years. And for finances, the price of used cars are deflating, and the lack of donations and grants because of the COVID-19 virus and the pandemic has really put a damper on the connections with the family foundations and the government grants and the public donations. And the last thing is there's a need for sustainable revenue growth so that your organization can continue to thrive and to do social justice and to teach these kids skills for life. So the key takeaway here, Jumpstart needs to focus on growing as an organization in both size and outputs, while maintaining the same dignity and quality provided for those teenagers. So the strengths Jumpstart and the Garage have here is it's trusted by the community, and it has a stable foundation that has succeeded over time and has past support from donors, family foundations, and the public. Some weaknesses identified are there are less teens in the Jumpstart because of the pandemic. It really put a damper on people being able to get to it and social distancing and all that. And so in the future and currently, we suggest that your organization expands this area. Also, the lack of staff to expand is another weakness, and they both go hand in hand. With more staff, more students and more teens will be able to be supported. Some opportunities here, with an increased online presence, you guys can definitely streamline the quality and the amount of students you guys can hold, because more people will be reached out to, more people will see what your organization is doing. And there's room to expand reach. That means gaining more age groups, going further places to support these teens, just finding more people for your organization to help. And the threats here is the declining used car price. During the pandemic, it inflated, but now, of course, it's deflating post-pandemic. And there's less public awareness since the pandemic, which is where the website would come into play. So the key takeaway, Jumpstart needs to unlock their true potential by reinforcing connections and using the strong base that they have by increasing the quality and the magnitude of the program. And now, here's Troy. He's 18 years old, he's had a rough childhood, his parents are abusive, and he's struggled with substance abuse. He ran away from home in order to find a better life and to save himself from that despair. And then he stumbled upon Jumpstart, a program that teaches him meaningful skills in life It builds strong connections with his peers, with adults, with people, and gives him a safe environment to grow and flourish into the person he wants to be, deserves to be. He got a second chance from Jumpstart, and he gets the life he deserves because of your organization.
So there are some alternatives that we could consider. Whether to have a steer towards the future gala or to have a competition, the car fixing competition named Eat My Dust. So having the gala steered towards future would allow your organizations to have genuine way for everyone to everyone involved in your organizations to showcase and to show the appreciation, as well as it would provide the students and volunteers an opportunity to network with industry professionals, as well as provide that upper mobility for students from being the mentees to the mentors by providing that skill sets. However, having the gala could be expensive to operate. However, that can be mitigated through the corporate sponsors. Having the competition between the student volunteers, whether to have a car detailing or car fixing, would allow, it's a unique way to gather everyone and for students to showcase their talents. However, it would involve some safety issues regarding mechanical issues during the car fixing competitions, and would maybe require a longer training time for students to fully develop their potential and skill sets. And there might be some surprise element of equipment required. So the key takeaway here is we recommend your organizations to choose to steer into the night gala as it provides more organic and genuine relationship for students and volunteers to connect with others, to network with professionals, as well as a way to provide appreciation.
So the recommendation here, there's a lot of words, but most of them it has been covered. So for the gala night, it will allow students to network with potential future employers, their peers, and the general public. We would suggest a gift-in-kind donation from a local boutique for suits and dresses for the teens so that they can feel at their fullest potential in the utmost attire, of course. And the secondary solution for the secondary issue is the car wash. So for kids younger than 15, if they have a troubling situation at home or at school or within themselves, we would suggest that they join the program and just start off washing cars, cleaning the interior. This will allow for more program output and a larger reach. Also, a grad program. Since your organization is slightly short on staff, we would suggest a grad program for volunteers that have completed the course and have gained that experience and want to allow other teens to have that same phenomenal experience that they had. And so the primary impact, the gala will increase both your sponsors and your public image and awareness. It will increase the amount of public donors and allow for a corporate sponsorship. And with a car raffle, it will reinforce the public donations and the public awareness, because who doesn't want a free car, right? And so the secondary impact, the car wash. Like I said, it will increase the program output and outreach, which will allow more students to get a safe and meaningful experience and a great set of skills for the rest of their lives.
And so we go on ahead to mention our value proposition. And this is over here to in correlation within our corporate sponsors. We would be hoping to connect with corporate sponsors such as Enterprise or other rental companies that will be able to that have the ability to connect with what we're doing at Jumpstart, but then additionally we'll be able to have a large audience in which can benefit from a good public image, as there is organically a need and a desire to find organizations similar to yours that are not-for-profits that are doing good within the community. In this way, there will be a great public image and marketing that will connect to the philanthropic interests. come through with our galas and events that will have large audiences who will understand and appreciate all that Enterprise is doing for the community. There will also be a desire for corporate social responsibility to be achieved, as well as marketing exposure through the car wash, for example, in which has an open space for naming opportunities. And then additionally, a tax receipts, which would be up to 16.75% of a market value evaluation that would allow for a donation tax receipt, and then we would go ahead and incorporate the tailored boutiques, which would include suits and dresses for the gala that we have lined up to detail.
So we have identified some expected cash inflow with these recommendations have been placed. From the sales, the goals of this financial revenue is to go back to the pre-COVID area where we have experienced lots of cash inflow and surpluses. So from the sales of the vehicles, we would like to achieve 200,000, as well as from the new program implemented, car wash, we would like to achieve 100,000, and also as well as donations coming from the Family Foundation, as well as asking for corporate sponsor, we would like to achieve $100,000. So the total amount of the expected cash inflow would be $500,000 in total.
Okay, and so we go ahead into the implementation, and we'll be able to detail better how we're going to take the next steps in order to finalize this great big plan that is holistic for your organization to really jumpstart your jumpstart. So first off, we truly believe that by reaching out to past donors and rekindling that relationship, you'll be able to achieve your financial goals. This is through the treasurer and admin team within the first quarter that you'll be able to contact these sponsors and contact these donors to be able to finalize that relationship. And then to contact corporate sponsors and mention that value proposition in which will highly value your corporation within the donation space, as well as contact boutiques and give them a tax receipt in order to help incorporate them into what we're trying to do by valuing the students and the youth that will be a part of the gala. And then continuing on, we'll go on to the medium term timeline, in which will steering into the future gala. And this is our big plan to market your organization out to the communities and be able to fundraise money and be able to allocate how much impact your organization truly has on your community. So this will be through an online marketing campaign. Additionally, the marketing campaign will have multiple different elements, which we will later on discuss. And we'll be reaching out to McKebby Marketing Consulting, which is a consulting firm in Toronto, which we have a long-standing relationship with, in order to finalize the marketing plan, as well as contacting vendors and food tastings for the food and the great entertainment elements of the gala. And then to continue, we'd be finalizing venue spots and menus, create invitations and thank you cards, which will showcase the imagination and the appreciation that we have for our community members, as well as going on to the car wash, in which we will require the equipment, the cleaning supplies, and the young volunteers.
So currently, there is a huge digital online platform that your organization can venture into to have the greater marketing exposure to the greater audience. So we would like to introduce your organization, the 360-degree holistic approach of the 4 essential works that your organization does. So the number one, the first pillar would be donate. Currently, donate your used vehicles for tax benefit, donate tools or tow trucks. We would like to incorporate those elements in your organization's webpage to increase their marketing exposure. And the second pillar would be youth involvement. Your organizations involve teens with life barriers and help them gain valuable life skills and mentorship, and help them grow the future opportunity and career opportunity. And the third pillar would be resale. All those proceeds from the sales of the vehicles go back to the community, to the youths, and to the programs. And the fourth pillar, the last pillar, would be the community. There's currently a lot of people who are looking for the affordable cars, and your organization allowing those full cycle of giving back to the community. And we would like to put those approaches in your organization website to venture into the new digital platform.
And then to continue on, we will be measuring these steps through different reports. So we'll have the staff and volunteer satisfaction report, which will be handed out to our students, a car wash and grab program performance report, which will be done by our admin and staff, and then lastly, a donor satisfaction survey after the gala in order to ensure that we are able to better satisfy each stakeholder involved in these plans. And these will all be done at the end of the 4th quarter. And then moving on, we'll be going ahead with our key performance indicators to ensure the success of these plans. So we'll go ahead and say that the first step is getting 20 students under 15 for the car wash each year to volunteer by the end of the year. And then increase click-through rate for the web page ads by 2% by the end of the 2nd quarter. And then increase marketing impressions through the new website page by 30% by the end of the 3rd quarter, as well as increase the average donation by 50%.
So the risk and mitigation here, we have Enterprise says no, or a company like Enterprise. That is fairly high likelihood, and it's pretty high impact because we really depend on them for the gala and to help out your organization. And so what if somebody gets injured during the car wash? Because they're under 15 or 15 or under. So that can pose a big problem. And it's not the highest likelihood because it's washing cars. It's somewhat difficult. But it would be not the greatest for impact-wise. And so the mitigation strategies here are we sell entry tickets instead of only the raffle tickets. So the previous plan was just to allow a limited public entry free of charge, like paid for by Enterprise or a corporate sponsor. That way the public wouldn't have to pay to get in and the word would get out easier. But if you guys can't acquire the donation and the sponsorship, then tickets are the best way. And for the second one, implement a safety program prior to starting, as well as have staff in attendance, have the guardians sign a waiver for the children, and have an accessible medical kit nearby to help the kids.
Your organizations have given those teenagers a valuable life skills, and now they can dream about their future. Let's invite them. Let's let them share their stories. Let them witness the change that they have witnessed in their lives, and let them enable them to give back to the community and to help others. Your organization has given them a sense of purpose and dignity. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So with a personalized car washing service done by hand with interior and exterior, that service offers a higher price point, of course, because people value it, and also because since it's a non-for-profit based thing, we expect people would pay a higher fee for that. So by pricing it off at around $50 per car and having 50-ish cars per day, we expect to reach that $100,000 goal.
With both the gala event and the car wash, what's our target markets for those, and how are we attracting them into getting involved?
Okay, so we understand that your stakeholders are quite vast with the youth that you service, as well as the donors that you normally like to target being of more mature age. So we believe that in order to market in order to find the target market, it would be best to research the target market through the McCoby Consulting. Yes, the McCoby Marketing Consulting, and then going ahead to create that content specific to that target audience through the ads that you would be able to push out that would let us know the impressions of who is actually interested in like finding out more about Jumpstart. And then through that, we would be pushing out content through social media, through ads, through newspapers, and then modifying and adjusting as follows. So yes.
So you mentioned the marketing firm, and based on the time flow, that would probably have to be, paid for near the beginning of this plan that we have. How are we affording a marketing firm? How much do you think that's going to cost?
All right, so doing a bit of research previously, we understand that 10,000 was allocated, and that is exactly the amount that would be required. Actually, we estimated a $7,000 $7,000 estimate for that marketing plan to push out to create content within the possible five months. Yes.
Susan, so just to follow on to that question, so if the 10,000 is mostly allocated to the social media piece, where do we get the expertise to run the gala? And where do we get the money to do that?
Absolutely. So as mentioned in the report you gave us, a 9% of each car sold is allocated to marketing, and also the entirety of the Family Foundation's donations are meant for the courses and for the program itself. And so judging because the gala itself is part of the program and allows for the students to have a networking experience and have just a great black tie experience that is very important to them. We believe that using the Family Foundation funds could pay for the gala in the event that Enterprise doesn't, and all the staff included with the gala. And as for the marketing, like I said, the 9% per vehicle sold is allocated to that extra $10,000. Of course.
You mentioned that you're going to reach out to past family foundations and donors, but how are we, sorry. Oh, we're out of time, sorry. Never mind.
Can I answer that one still? Okay. So yeah, the past family foundations, they supported you guys in 2019, and because of the drop-off in students, your organization was just ineligible during the pandemic. And so with an increase in the students, you'll be eligible for the family foundations again.
I will get our guests and I will give you guys your
We do have 5 minutes. 4 minutes.
So got a couple minutes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that creates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To our right, I have Aubrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay, and I'll be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Murphy's on the other side of the room. We'll hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the academic or presentation moderator, will call to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure your cell phones are turned to silent and that no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Hold the applause until the end of the question period. We're free to begin.
Hello everybody and welcome. Good morning. I am glad today to introduce my colleague Christine, my colleague New, and myself Callista to help your organization today work their way through a numerous list of problems. First of all, we'd like to recognize that the shop provides support and training for teens with life barriers, giving them valuable technical experience and helping them gain employment, a very important cause that we are glad to be talking about today. First of all, we'd like to go over some problem identification with you. First of all, the shop has a problem with sustainable revenue growth. We'd like to indicate that fluctuating car prices make it hard to have sustainable income, and therefore, we would like to also recognize that the target market is also a secondary problem. Now, it is time for a new strategy. Who should you target? This is something that has come up numerous times, and we would like to discuss with you today, who should that target market be? Formal marketing strategy. Currently, you haven't broken into many online marketing platforms, and we'd like to address that with you today and help you expand into the digital world. For your analysis, I'd like to first talk about an internal analysis of the organization. For strengths, you have growth. Your organization has so much opportunity to expand and grow, and so much opportunity for young youth to also engage within your organization. Engagement is high. Youth want to work within the shop and work on cars and have that opportunity to grow future careers. You have passionate staff who want to work with these youth, and that's always something that's amazingly helpful for an organization. Weaknesses, there's no updated marketing plan, something we're hoping to help you out with today, and a lack of ability to financially forecast due to the fluctuating car market. Opportunities. So for the external analysis, we want you to help you, you have the opportunity to choose to focus on a target market. You can expand your reach of your message and what you do and what you want to do with youth. And you can build relationships, not only with the youth, but with your staff and with your community. Now for threats, you have competition. You have Auto World and a couple other competitors that are making it hard for you because they have similar models. And then you also have the fluctuating car prices, of course, that are externally hurting you when it comes to trying to earn financials that way. And then COVID-19, although in the end you may have come out better from it, it of course hurts when you financially come into trouble during a time like COVID-19. For your stakeholders, I'd like to just highlight quickly the youth. When you have an organization like this, it is very important to always recognize and address who's most important and who we should remember as we go through this plan, and that is the youth. I'd like to pass this off to my colleague Christine to talk about the focus areas, our recommendation, and so on.
Thank you. Well, coming up with a recommendation for how you can fix the issues in your company, we decided on 3 selection criteria or focus areas. The first one will be the finances, and we want to look at how well you can fundraise, how well you can fill your customer needs, and how well you can perform these fixes. For the second one, we recommend looking at your target market. Right now, your market is very, very broad. We want to choose a specific target market to narrow it down to try to target a specific audience and kind of create a more marketing plan that is better suited for that. The third one is to expand your message. Your message is very thoughtful and very well organized, but it's not getting through enough. So we want to make a marketing campaign to help you expand this message. For a strategic plan, it is going to be a 12-month plan. It will include a marketing campaign that we have titled Auto Thrive Youth Campaign. It is going to focus on expanding the message reach and bringing in more money from cars and engaging youth in new and exciting opportunities. We have already declared that your focus is to help these youth, these teens to acquire new skills and learn these skills to help them in the future. So that is going to be a really important part of this campaign. Secondly, we want you to also explore new partnerships and new stakeholders, as well as managing your current ones. We haven't seen many stakeholders that have been bringing in a high amount of money for you, so we want to try to expand this with the campaign. And next, the campaign is also going to help you discover new fundraising ideas and new funding opportunities. For our phase one, we have design, plan, and approach. We want to validate and review the mission. We want to base our campaign on your mission that you currently have. We don't want to change it because it is really well thought of. It is very thorough and it is a good mission. That is why our campaign is going to be based on that. Next, we want to gather relevant data and identify existing resources. For your first resource, a really important one is that your marketing budget is currently $10K. And this is a lot of money. For our campaign, I'm going to point out right now, we don't plan on using that full $10K. So that's going to help us distribute the $10K into other areas that might need it. Next, we have volunteers. You currently have an existing volunteer base, but we decided that it is also a well thought of plan that you could also expand on that. Next, we have youth engagement. Again, throughout your mission, you have stated that you have high youth engagement and that this is your goal. So that is a really important resource that you have right now. Next, we want to have a meeting with the staff. We want to identify goals and figure out how we can acquire these focus areas that we have just listed. So how we can get the finance, what target market, and how we're getting the message to the target audience that we want. And next, we want to communicate. We want to communicate with the community that you're currently in. We want to expand and we want to bring in new people. And the target audience is going to be 15 plus youth. Since that age limit is currently 15 for you guys, we want to keep it there. Phase 2 is going to be strategize about our campaign. We want to create a marketing team for you. Utilize the website design team. That is what you currently have, but we think this can be improved. First, social media. You don't have a strong social media base, and we think that can be a really huge asset to you guys. So we decided that Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook would be the top 3 platforms that you could use for your organization. Next, we have the pay-per-view for ads. When you post ads on these platforms, you are acquiring an amount of income from them. So that is a really good technique to gain that extra income that could help you with your organization. And next, we have post pictures of the cars the youth are working on and the teens working on them. This is a really good way to gain that extra audience because there are a lot of car people that don't know of your company and that might actually be really excited about this and might be really involved in what you're doing. Next, we have use advertising websites to sell cars. Kijiji is a really good website. There are lots of viewers, there are lots of people that know of this site. So selling your cars on this platform is a really good strategy. To finish off the implementation, I'm going to pass this off to my associate, New.
Thank you, Christine. So, based on the delivery change theory, we have freeze, change, and unfreeze. So as phase three, we have readjust, which is the change stage. So we are aware that your organizations focus on those in need, especially those young people who have conflict with the laws or who are suspended from the school. So the marketing campaign is an ongoing process. So we want to blend it with well-organized strategies. We are going to put well thought in it. So, and then we want to help those in need with this campaign. And this campaign is created for those in need to create their own art pieces, and that to make them be more interested in helping the community, to be a part of community, and to broaden their creative knowledge. So, and this campaign is not only interesting for the youth to look forward to years by years, but also help them to be engaged in the community. And this event will also allow your organization to sell more cars in the future to help your organization with the revenue growth. So phase 4, Auto Drive Youth Campaign launch. So we name your campaign Auto Drive Youth. So the young people will be able to drive in the future with this campaign. So this campaign will focus on will be a year-long campaign, and this might be turning into a yearly after the first run. So we recommend your organization to focus on 4 pillars: what, who, where, and when. So what? So we recommend your organization to sell your ticket for $20 per person. Well, this would have, so we don't guarantee that everyone will be participating. This, we are thinking that $20 would be able to help your organization to offset all the budget you have put into this campaign. And also, for this campaign, we want your organization to attract more people in the future, more local people to come into this campaign and help those young people in need. We also want to attract new donors as well as retain current donors. And of course, we want to help our young people in your organization to practice their presenting skills with their art pieces and also exercise their creative outlets. We will have 3 cars worth by your young people to be auctioned up at that campaign. So the target market will be the partners who support the shop. This could be your local partners or the whole province partners. I remember when I went to school in a small town in Michigan, we usually have a car options during the summer. So that means your organization could ask for the local mall parking lot to have to make it happen there, and also even the local school parking lot. Both of them really support charity because we are charity. And also when we recommend your organization to do it in the beginning of the years, and this could be the potential tradition to start of the year. So based on all the phases, we have come up with this timeline. So again, marketing plan is an ongoing process, and your organization to want to put new perspective in it. So, and we want your organization to carefully and properly organize it. So for phase 1 planning, your organization should take 2 months to plan it, to design it. Phase two, strategize. So this is a whole process. We're assuming that your organization already have a wonderful marketing team, and your organization should have that team to work more on the social media side. So it should take about 8 months. Phase 3, this will be readjust. So we want your organization to communicate with your youth to tell them to come up with the ideas for their cars at the auction, what they think about this, what is their contribution to this one. So it should take about 3 months. Usually for a car to be completed, it should take longer than that. So phase 4, now you can launch your campaign. So because this is a fiscal year based on your proposal from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. So we have put a lot of effort into this timeline. So your organization will be able to throw in a well-thought, organized campaign for your young people. So I'm gonna pass this off to my colleague Christine to talk about financials.
To start off, we have already mentioned that we don't really plan on using that 10K budget, but there are still supplies and equipment that you will need to set up this car show. So the excess of the 10K budget that is not used is going to be added onto your end of year income. And then we're gonna go on through the ticket sales and what the auction starting prices will be. And with that will also be added on to the end of year net income. For the tickets, we have looked into it and it is average of $20 per ticket. Although this is not a set price, this is going to be our average. So we expect the minimum, since our goal is to at least have about 200 people come to the car show, we want at least $4,000 in revenues at a minimum. But our target goal is actually going to be 300. So ideally, we want to get at least 6,000. And then for the starting price for the auction sale, the price will depend on what the market value for cars is at the time. But using the current status of what it is right now, the starting price will be $2,000. And as auction works, that price will keep on going up, and we don't really know what that's going to be, but we hope it's at least $8,000. Next, I'm going to pass it off to my associate Calista to talk to you about risks and mitigations.
Briefly, let's look at what the auction will look like before I can talk about what we think the risks and mitigations will be. It might end up being fairly niche. We want the youth to be able to work on a few cars in order to make it them art pieces in a way. You know, let them exercise some creative outlook. Maybe a skull and crossbones on the hood of the car, maybe flames on the side. Have fun with it, and we want the cars to be auctionable, and we want them to be art pieces that they can keep. So when we're looking at this, what if people don't want to pay the $20? That's a low to medium likelihood, but the impact, if they don't want to come, is high. What we would want you to do is perhaps do a pre-sale. If the pre-sale of $20 per ticket goes really well, then you don't need to do an after-sale of $10. But if people don't necessarily buy and then they see the $10 price, they may be a lot more happy to come along. So that could be a really good mitigation for that kind of problem. As for people won't come to the show, perhaps they have other priorities, or they just don't find the car show interesting, then, and the likelihood is medium, but the impact could perhaps be high. So you could change the when of the show. If the show is in June, perhaps the fiscal year isn't the best time and people are more free in August because perhaps they were on vacation. It's going to be touch and go, but in the end, this is something we would like the organization to be able to do year through year. And as a work in progress, we believe that it could one day become something that the youth are not only proud to be a part of, but are also happy to be able to present what they've created and worked on throughout the year. Thank you. We'll be opening the floors for questions.
Given that this is largely contingent on the sale of the vehicles at the auction and it's kind of a niche product, how do we ensure that we have enough qualified bidders at the event to ensure that the prices are where we want?
Our target market here were the partners. So these partners are people that already want to donate for to our organization and people who are interested in the cars. Now, we did plan to only have a few of these more niche cars and then also sell other cars that we worked throughout the year to perhaps bring them up to standard to sell them off again. And so by doing that, we can also open the floor to other people and more people who would like to just buy a car at a more affordable cost.
But the 200 to 300 people seems to capture more than previous ones. You guys have dropped a lot of those in the last 2 years. So how to new companies, businesses, and what's our marketing message to them?
One of the methods that we did line out was part of our marketing method with the social media platforms. LinkedIn is a really good way to reach out to new companies and to share the events that we have planned. So the LinkedIn is going to be mainly based for company views, and the Instagram, Facebook, the other ones are going to mainly be just the community view.
So as you know, we already sometimes have difficulty with people being willing to dump. And so I always still can make money to keep operating. How are you expecting us to, kind of have vehicles that we can put aside and wait for this auction? We're already having a difficult time hosting them right away.
A great way to format the company to really support this model would be to open it up as a more mechanic shop. The youth can always perform oil changes at a lot lower cost than other places can. And so, but perhaps having the youth do things like collision fixing and things like that can really expand with not only the expertise that the youth are learning, but also what the organization is completing as a whole.
Do you have a sense of what it's going to cost to run this car auction? So I understand we want to make money from it, but there's obviously some expenses to sort of put on this event. So elaborate on that.
As we said before, we don't really plan on using that 10K, so that's going to be equivalent going towards the cost. For the cost, we did plan to use the local mall parking lot. That's where we see car shows are usually held. Local malls usually tend to support charity events, so that mall wouldn't really cost anything. The only thing we see costing too much will be we have to pay the staff, which may be in the hundreds since there might have to be a few people hired to perform this car show. And the other supplies like pylons where to set the cars, they don't cost very much, maybe $100. So in that 300 to 400 range is where we see it lead into.
Struggling a little bit to figure out the sustainable. So I think we're still going to have a shortfall in short term. So I'm wondering what other strategic things you thought through to eliminate that shortfall.
Because that this is a year-long plan, of course, there's always going to be situations where you might fall short on the cash. Now, there's always the idea that you have the cars that you've been working on for a while to sell off, of course, and car prices may be going down, but that doesn't mean that there is an opportunity there. Now, it is because it's 12 months, there's always the opportunity to readjust, replan, and rethink the organization's goals.
To touch on this, based on your proposal, so based on your proposal, your organization already say that because the demand of used cars is increasing and we just have low supply, so part of the used car your organization is selling would offset that budget in the future.
minutes yet? Good morning, and welcome to JDC West 2023. Case presentation is sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make land. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory, homeland of the traditional Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nation and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that creates the diverse cultures and the history of this land. Thank you to our judges. To my right, I have Aubrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay. I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following their presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions. Our academic timekeeper Harvey is on the other side of the room. He will be holding up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. Either presentation monitor will call them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Please hold your replies till the end of the question period. You are free to begin your presentation.
As a young adult, we crave so much. And the older you get in this journey of life, your priorities begin to change. And you begin to crave. And the top cravings are freedom and the ability to pave your way through life. And a strong foundation to achieve this is education, whether that be traditional or non-traditional, followed by job opportunities. However, there's a barrier. Not all individuals have the opportunity to go to school, to have a mentor. Therefore, they're left on their own devices. They have no one looking out for them. However, your organization provides just what these individuals need. You provide an opportunity for hands-on education they can't get anywhere else. You provide the opportunity for mentoring. You provide so much for these individuals, and for your organization to continue achieving its mission, you must attract more donors. You have this 12-month plan that consists of marketing, events, etc. If you want to continue aiding all individuals in your sphere, you must achieve this mission. We are Beyond Profits Consulting. My name is Logan, and I'm here with my colleagues Rutik and Denise, and we're here today to guide you along the way and kind of give a helping hand in order for your organization to best attract and best help these individuals who so much need it. Now let's talk about the big overarching thing in your organization. Let's talk about the key issues we've identified. One of the key issues is that there's limited revenue sources, which we'll get into a little bit. Further, traditional methods of fundraising aren't the main focus, as we see. Now, what's our recommendation? How can we ensure that whatever you do, that you're continuing to target individuals who need your help? Our recommendation is to create awareness and increase donations. Our implementation consists of really two orthogonal legs, the first of which being awareness. We want to leverage social media. Your organization in the past is starting to build social media presence, and we realize that in today, especially targeting Gen Z, it's so important to have a strong social media presence. And the other leg of our implementation is the attract. We want to capture long-term donors. Not only do we need to deal with the situation here today and help individuals at your doors as we speak, but we need to create a culture of donors who are looking at your program and are very interested in donating. What is the overall impact, as I'm sure you'd like to know? The first impact, of course, is a 4-to-1 fundraising ratio, increase car sales by 15%, and increase car revenue by 6%. Now, let's really dive into a company overview. What's the current situation? What are some pain points? You're a non-for-profit organization that supports teens, youths who need your help with technical support and training programs. Your offerings are differentiated from all the other competitors because you not only focus on the end users by providing affordable used vehicles, but you also focus on the people who can get those used vehicles to the consumers. It's a very holistic view. Now, talking about revenue streams, what is your current revenue built up with? As you can see, the bulk of the revenue is vehicle sales. And this poses a problem as prices for used vehicles are expected to decrease. The prices have been ever so inflated, and people are realizing that this premium, which you've been able to leverage throughout COVID, is not really worth paying. And further, you've also targeted government grants, and these grants are inconsistent. Your competition is aiming for the same grants which you need. You need to battle with them to obtain these grants. Further, there's a limited focus. If your revenue sources consist mainly of revenue generated through car sales, you're not focusing on the holistic ability of your organization, your core competencies. We are certain that you can leverage the unique competencies which your organization has to generate far more revenue than you have to date. And this tells us that reliance on car sales is not feasible. If we look from 2020 to 2022, your increased reliance on car sales has been exponential. If you keep up this reliance on car sales without really focusing on some different streams, there is the likelihood that these sales aren't enough to fund your 12-month plan, which you so desperately need. And with that, there needs to be a slight shift in focus. And in order to obtain this long-term plan, you need to kind of go under a different avenue. And rather than focusing on car sales, kind of differentiate the revenue streams. And in order to determine what revenue streams are ideal, who to target, where we should be looking, we need to focus on some donor trends. One really big donor trend is climate focus. We see today more than ever that investors and donors alike are only interested in giving to organizations and not-for-profits such as your own that are following certain standards that take the environment into consideration. People realize that the environment is so important, and without good environmental practices by all these organizations, our world will not be able to keep up. Another current trend is increased social media use. Your organization has a strong bulk of donors who are aging, and we see that for Gen Zs and millennials alike, there's been an increase in social media use. As a matter of fact, 5.8 billion people use social media. And quite frankly, this is an avenue that really hasn't been entirely explored by your organization, but we're certain that this can be exploited. You're able to target so many individuals in order to help these people, in order to give them the opportunities, allow them a better career and a mentor. It's best to target individuals through social media. Next, value-based donations. Why do individuals donate? And why will they donate to your organization? We've seen an increased trend in people donating to value-based donations. Organizations which have a very identifiable beneficiary such as your own, you're able to promote that you're helping at-risk youth, and people will realize that the beneficiary is so important. So what does this tell us? What's the overall takeaway? You must really incorporate social media campaigns and events that consider the environment and really convey the primary beneficiary.
So now that we talked about the analysis and where your organization stands, let's look at some of the alternatives that we bring forward today. The first one is government grants. Your organization, as seen in the analysis, focused not as much on the government grants and the family foundations, right? But there is a prospect for that, and we'll analyze it a bit forward. The next one is a new service. Your organization is focusing on sale of sale of used cars. There's other prospects of service that you can incorporate in your organization, which will not only increase your revenue, but also increase the opportunities that your organization gives to youths. So for instance, we can have, your organization can have something that's like an Airbnb for cars, so like a rental for cars, because you have reused cars, and we can leverage that and give that opportunity or a platform to provide that service of renting those reused cars. The last one is donations. Again, you have donations, but as mentioned earlier, you're lagging behind. In the last 2 years, you haven't invested a lot in marketing, and that is seen by the financials where in the last few quarters, all you've had is a constant $10,000 donation, which isn't good. Now, the three decision criteria that we will weigh this against is timeliness. You have your organization came to us for a 12-month strategic plan. We're looking for something short-term and effective. Affordability. Your organization, again, has a budget of $10,000 in marketing, and this is really key decision criteria to ensure that we match what your organization wants. And lastly, long-term stability. We're not only looking for something that's short-term, but will give you a foundation of growing forward and actually helping more youths in the future by using those funds that we raise with any of these alternatives. So look at the first one, government grants. We all know government has a lot of grants that, especially for the youth. So for one of them would be the community fund that they offered. It's around $400 million to get out of the COVID pandemic and get the community back. That is just one of the examples. But it takes a lot of time to actually write grants and look for grants that are applicable to your organization, especially when it comes to what criteria they look for, what exactly is the eligibility for that. Is it affordable? Maybe, maybe not. Given that if you're applying for, let's say, 10 grants and you're getting one of them, you might end up using most of your grant revenue just by searching for grants, writing up grants. Long-term stability. Eventually, you might have other organizations fighting for competing for the same grants, and chances are they might not take it, so there is no long-term stability for that. New service. Again, as I mentioned, the Airbnb for rental cars. It exists, but something in a sort of way like you can partner with Turo. Timeliness. We need to make a catalog. We need to ensure that your used cars meet a certain specification so that they can actually go into the rental market. And it takes a lot of time. It may be affordable because you're still building on the cars, you're still ensuring that they are up to standards. So that's a good thing. And it'll give you a new revenue stream. So in the future, it will be beneficial to you. And finally, donations. Donations are, in my opinion, in our opinion, like the way we see your organization structure, this is the best way to go. You already have a basis, a foundation of donation. All we need to do is leverage that, focus more on that, and we can actually reach the target that you're looking for.
So, considering how are we going to get that reliable source of funding so we can continue the shop's mission of helping youths, we've proposed a solution that includes creating awareness through a social media campaign as well as marketing campaigns, as well as increasing funding by focusing on those donor relationships with the iWave donor management software. So moving forward, starting with leveraging social media. Right now, we're in a hole, where the social media following is quite low, but one major way to attract attention very quickly is to actually have a giveaway. And luckily, the shop has a major amount of resources in used cars. So one of the things we want to focus on is having a used car giveaway that we'll have on Instagram, and we'll be able to attract a lot of attention to new donors, especially, the Gen Z and millennials who are, as they say, chronically online. So that's one avenue. And secondly is also a car restoration video series that we can have Steve create. As a used car mechanic, he can focus his time filming the videos and then posting it on YouTube. And these are ways to interact with our audience in a different way and get people to know more about your organization. And these will go on YouTube as well as Instagram. And then moving forwards with some of the other marketing campaigns. We want to focus on some of the key issues that are being faced in the trades industry to not only be that organization that's helping youth get that program and training, but also an organization that's aware of what's going on with the trades industry as a whole. So one focus will be a marketing campaign on promoting women's in trades, and that will include infographics as well as having women in our program, which makes up about 40%, coming into schools and talking to people directly about what the shop does and what we're able to offer. And then secondly, another program we want to provide is the safe disposal program. As we know, your organization has the capability to have that truck that comes and tows away the cars. So we want to promote that service also as a way to, we can take the car away, dispose of it. Your organization can take the car away and dispose of it, or also repurpose it into new parts. So moving into the timeline, what's it going to look like in actually implementing this solution? So we'll be starting off in July 1st of 2023. We want to immediately have Steve start filming those car restoration videos, bringing us into his garage. And secondly, we also want to hire a social media part-time manager to start strategizing a posting schedule as well as creating the content as a whole. And we want to note that this social media manager is part-time because we're considering the affordability. And then moving forwards into September 1st of 2023, we want to actually release that car giveaway on Instagram and get that attention from the audiences. As well as releasing that YouTube series on Instagram and YouTube. And then in December 1st, that's when we'll start implementing in those cause-related marketing campaigns relating into women's in trades, as well as the safe disposal program. Sorry. And then moving forwards, we want to go to the second portion of our implementation, which is capture. Capturing our donors by using an iWave, a donor management software that's able to actually use its database of donor data to target donors, potential donors that have the highest propensity to donate. And this program is very well reputable. It's used by major organizations such as the U of T. So it has that existing database, which we already have the user's consent as it exists in the database, as well as using your organization's existing data as well. It's a major way to introduce your marketing in a more curated way, focusing in on who will be most likely to make an impact to your organization.
So moving forwards, I'm going to pass it to Pete.
Now, this was one of the issues that you had, a budget of $10,000. We've laid out an implementation plan for you, and it goes to the total expense for this two-period plan would be $25,000. I'll break it down to you. $18,000 would be a part-time marketing specialist. Right now, we know you, Steve, and you, Mark, you have individual responsibilities, and we think that in addition to that team, especially in the marketing side, will help you leverage your strengths in donations and actually get more long-term donations. We'll also have around $5,000 for the iWave software that Denise mentioned, and the rest of the $2,000 will be for that giveaway car that we were talking about, and some other small marketing-related content, like making like time for like having like an assistant work in that giveaway car that we were talking about and all that. Now you might be wondering, we gave you $10,000 and this plan is $25,000. There was also another statement that you made, that we can increase the budget of marketing if car sales increase. And with this implementation, with the $10,000, your organization will be able to survive for the first 4 months on $10,000. And in that 4 months, we expect to see an increase in sales revenue through this implementation, and I'll show you. I'll walk you through how. We expect in the next 1 year, you'll see an increase in car sales by 12% and car revenue by 6%. Why so? Again, car prices are reducing. So even though car sales might be increasing, total revenue would still increase by 6%. And looking at the donations, we expect to see by the end of 2024, we would almost double what you have in what you're getting in donations in a quarter. So right now you're getting $10,000. By the end of 1 year, in a quarter you'll be seeing at least $20,000 in donations. Now, again, as I mentioned, we need to look at the long-term impact of this. Although you have $10,000, and we are certain that this will work out, and we will increase that budget as we go along the way throughout the year. So this $25,000 will be split across the whole year. This will actually have a long-term impact on your organization in terms of how much revenue you are getting. And that revenue will help you able to actually increase your services. Right now you're serving 70 youths. We see that going up to at least 100 youths in a year by 2024 if we continue this trend of increasing donations and increasing sales revenue, not sales revenue in general. Now, some of the risks, one of the risks in this is that what if we get donors that actually are not interested in the automobile because of the way it's going more towards the EV. That is, we feel that the probability of that is medium, but the impact will be high. But we have the way we are making our videos. Steve will actually show the impact that the shop has in actually improving that car and making it more environmentally friendly.
At the end of the day, this is all about the youth. And via our implementation, you'll be able to leverage donor trends in order to provide more services and more opportunities for these youth that need your help. At the end of the day, it is all about them. And via our implementation plan, we are certain that more youth, year over year, will benefit from the services which you offer. And now we'll open it up to any questions which you may have.
What are your major ways to get revenue through donations? What's your primary focus? And you mentioned targeting millennials and Gen Z through Instagram and advertisements there. I know from some online discourse, those aren't the most discretionary income when you look at the different cohorts. So do we have any statistics on how much money they donate in a year? Is there actually feasibility on getting money?
Yeah, so I can answer that question. So with the Gen Z and the millennial, we made that example just as a means of, it is a popular way to reach people, but through those YouTube videos, we're also capturing a lot of audiences of older car enthusiasts, so it's not the only target. We also want, our numbers are also considering, the other audiences as well, not just the Gen Z and millennial market.
And just to add to that, talking about iWave, that was the second pillar. And that is actually crucial when we're talking about donations. What iWave does, I'll just elaborate on how the software works. It actually looks at past trends, existing database, to see which potential donor actually has, the propensity to donate, the value to donate, and they're actually linked to the value that your organization serves. That's helping youths. Now, the list that software gives us is what Mark will use to reach out, because the probability of donations from that, as per what we have seen, is close to 85% of the time. So there are chances, there's a high probability you'll get a lot of donations from that. Instagram and YouTube, again, as Dennis mentioned, is a way of awareness, and we will get a little donation from that. But majorly, you will see an increase in your sales revenue as well, because you're putting it out there that, yes, we have this organization, and their purpose is to buy second-hand cars and actually refurbish them and sell them, and all that revenue is going towards helping youths have a better life.
Elaborating on that software, I'm not really clear how it helps us capture new donors, and then how do we, like, a big part of our donor relationships is Mark going to people talking business to business. So how does that help us, A, reach new donors, and B, how do we build those relationships with existing organizations?
Sure. This is an interesting question, because I think this software is built specifically for Mark. From the way we know, Mark has that interaction with donations, with donors. And what iWave does is basically it takes your organization's internal data, so historical data of who's donated how much and all that, and their own database that they have from all the other organizations that they have been working with. And what the software does is it actually gives a list of prospective donors that are actually, there's a higher chance of them actually donating. So if Mark is just going to some donors that he thinks is like they can donate, but maybe they aren't interested in the cause, that wouldn't be as effective as the list that this software gives. So Mark has a big hand to play in this software, where he takes a list, actually reaches out to those donors who will have a higher probability and a possibility to give a large donation.
Do you think there's a risk to the organization in having only one person responsible for all of those donor relationships? And if you thought on how we mitigate that?
Yeah, we absolutely took that into consideration, and one leg of our implementation is focused on providing new jobs, not just in the mechanical sphere. In regards to social media, we plan to allow more youth to help run these accounts. So although Mark's hands may be tied with talking with donors and using the software, we're now incorporating youth. And as I mentioned, youth crave independence, and we're allowing that. We're allowing them to have a big hand to play, and we're utilizing their intelligence to kind of give Mark and take some stuff off of his plate.
Just to quickly add on that, yeah, so we have that one social media worker. They'll be kind of the head, like, the marketing manager, and they'll be able to delegate those tasks to those student volunteers that Logan was mentioning earlier.
I'll get our guests to exit and give you guys your information.
Sounds good.
You wouldn't be able to take you to try?
Logan, did you hear about Panda? Hmm.
Hey everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 case presentation, which is sponsored by Chemical. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates and the diverse cultures and the history of this land. I'd like to thank you and introduce our judges. We have Aubrey, Jared, Caitlin, Susan, and Hillary. My name is Shelley Kay. I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Harvey, on the other side of the room, will be holding up time cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question by raising their hand. I, the moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Please hold the applause till after the end of the question period. You will free to begin your presentation.
Begin, I just wanted to quickly do a land acknowledgement, just to say we are situated on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis. So, good morning everyone. My name is Rachel and I am joined by my colleagues Lauren and Autumn, and together we form Fresh View Consulting, and today we're here to give you a fresh view.
So, I just want to start off by telling you a story. So growing up, I will admit, I had a very privileged lifestyle. I had opportunities provided to me by my family, but unfortunately, that's not the case for everyone. One of my really close friends in high school didn't have that same household. They had a barrier in their life. They grew up with a single parent. They didn't have the funds or the same amount of funds that I did myself. In high school specifically, everyone came around the time in grade 12 looking to apply to colleges, universities, and unfortunately for them, they didn't believe this was an option for them. They just didn't have the necessary resources to do this. Thankfully, your organization is providing these opportunities and these resources for individuals facing different barriers, such as my friend, to get these opportunities and to get their life back to where they want it to be. A barrier doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to provide yourself a sustainable life and create a better impact on your community yourself. And that's why we're so happy to talk to your organization today on how we can help you better that community as well. Looking at your organization, so currently you are coming out of that pandemic. In the industry, prices of vehicles are deflating, which is impacting your revenue sources. You are heavily relying on your revenue sources coming from those vehicle sales, and that is something we need to mitigate in the future. There's also a lack of brand awareness due to limited marketing. So during the pandemic, again, you were heavily relying on those car sales just because of the high prices. However, coming out of it, those prices declining, you do need to increase your marketing efforts, not just to support your mission and spread the awareness and reduce those barriers and stigma surrounding your organizations, but also just to make sure that you are able to create sustainable funding and partnerships for long-term sustainability and growth for your organization. And this will be done through your two strategies for you today. Our first one we call Repair the Funds, to create that sustainable revenue stream that we'll be using a sustainable revenue framework for. The second strategy we like to call Steer the Impact. This is to increase your brand awareness of your mission and your community network, so provide that community network not just for your organization, but for the youth participating in your programs. This will take you to a future state by obtaining that sustainable revenue model for long-term sustainability to allow you to create continuous programs and services and build that better community for all individuals involved. So the primary problem that we're addressing today is how can the shop create a strategic plan in order to generate sustainable revenue streams as well as stay focused on your mission in order to build that better community going forward. Now I'm going to take a deep dive analysis into your organization using what we call the charity stool framework. So imagine a stool, you have your seat, and you have your 4 legs supporting it. If one of the legs isn't as strong, it's shorter, it's weak, you're gonna wobble, and that's just not good for sustainable long-term use. So applying this to your organization, we have your mission and vision, the overarching strategy as the seat, and then these 4 pillars that help support it, being money, programs and services, governance, and people. So looking directly at your organization, your mission and vision is to provide support and training for teens with life barriers, giving them value, technical experience, and then helping them gain employment in the future. And we believe that is such an important mission and vision that we want to support using these 4 pillars. Now looking at your organization specifically, we graded your money pillar a B-. This is just due to the fact that you are currently heavily relying on just that one revenue source, and that isn't sustainable in the long term. Programs and services, we gave an A as we believe they are so valuable and you're able to provide for around 75 individuals currently. Governance, we also gave an A as you do have strong leaders leading your organization that really care about the cause. And then B+, or people, we gave a B+ for your grading. And this was just given because you have the opportunity to reach more people and get a community more involved with this, your organization. So now I've done a deep dive into your organization, it's time to start strategizing with our first one, Repair the Funds. So first off, you do need those funds in order to grow and provide your programs and services, and Lauren's going to talk about how to do that for you.
Thank you, Rachel. Let's take a look at strategy number 1, repairing the funds here. We've outlined one major goal for your organization today is to find that strategic partnership to build a sustainable revenue source going forward in your organization. Prior to the pandemic, you did have a very diverse pool of revenue that was coming in. You had 33.3% in 3 different categories of revenue coming in. But with the pandemic and the car sales rising a little bit after the pandemic and kind of during it there, you did rely solely on those car sales, as Rachel mentioned earlier. And the impact of this is that you've mentioned to us here is that if you don't kind of change what you're doing a little bit and finding more revenue sources is that you will be running a deficit in the next 2 years. And the key takeaway to this is that your shop must build a sustainable revenue source to better the community, providing those valuable programs and services, and continue with your mission and vision. So our recommendation for you is a sustainable revenue framework. We're going to be looking at this framework to decide what we'll be recommending for you. Within the sustainable revenue framework, there's 4 pillars. There's philanthropy, memberships, monetization of products and services, and government grants. And within these, you are doing monetization of products and services of those car sales very well. You're getting most of your revenue from that. You need to diversify your revenue sources. You can't have all your eggs in one basket to be sustainable for the long term. This is why you're going to need to increase your philanthropy and grants. You do have them a little bit, but they're not to the percentage that your organized needs to be at to be an even revenue stream. And within philanthropy and grants, you're also going to be looking at a sustainable partnership. And how your organization is going to execute this is that you're going to be approaching potential sponsorships and partnerships via phone calls. You want to create that personal connection right off the hop. You can't expect them to email a person in an organization, expect them to answer it right away. You need to be able to do phone calls, personal meetings, and then once you establish that relationship, email them with further explanations, strategic plan, contracts, meeting dates. And within a partnership, you should be looking for 3 major characteristics. You must have vision alignment with your own mission and vision. They need to have the resources to be able to obviously give you funds or products that you'll be using for your programs, and preferably in the mechanical or technical field. This kind of just aligns with having the resources to provide to you and your organization. Within this partnership, we do want to establish at least one partnership for a 3-year term, giving you $100,000 each year for 3 years. Now this number is based off of your revenue stream of $300,000 that you mentioned to us, and this kind of makes sure that you have an even stream of donations, grants, and monetization of your products and services. Now you may be wondering what the partnership would entail. What would that organization be getting from you? They have to benefit somehow, some way, and most times when your organization partners with an outside company, they're wanting to look to make money. Ultimately, they want to create funds for themselves. They want to increase their customer base. And with this, they will be able to. They'll also be able to look at their future employment pool. Your organization is educating the youth that you're helping, and you're helping them get ready for employment once they graduate from schools if they're in them. And of course, community involvement. Your organization is highly involved within the community, and that organization that you're going to be partnering with will benefit. They'll be also looking at their employees. The employees might have a sense of pride partnering with your organization, the shop, because they're helping someone other than themselves, other than staying in their direct field right now. And awareness. You're bringing in a new market, whether that be like an auto body shop or an insurance, anywhere in Toronto or in Ontario that has an organization that would potentially fit into those characteristics that I mentioned before. You'll be able to create awareness with those impact reports and continual communication. And you'll receive products and services, funds, and in-kind donations from this sponsorship. And as I've mentioned, that if you're partnering with an auto body mechanic shop in Ontario, then you will be able to, they will be able to provide products and services, kind of repairs, tools that you most likely wouldn't have to spend as much money on if they're able to supply that along with funds. And you're also going to research and apply for additional grants. This is where the diversity pool comes into play. There is a specific program. It's called the Youth Collective Impact Program. This program provides grants for organizations in Ontario that has a unique program that helps youth. Their criteria is that you're unique, and your organization is unique. You're helping better the community and the youth within them. Along with, you're going to increase your philanthropy funding and use potentially you're going to be using a tap to donate at your future events. It'll be a stand with 3 different tap to donate technologies where people can go up to it, tap their card, tap their phone. Everyone's got their cards on their phones now, where they can donate $10, $20, $30 as a range that they'll be able to use. There's a statistic that says that people are 4 times more likely to donate with tap to donate rather than cash donations due to its efficiency. Right out of the pandemic, a lot of people don't have cash on them most times, and this creates that ease and effect to get more donations. And now that we've executed this plan and this strategy, how is your organization going to monitor its success? Well, they're going to reach that minimum of $100,000 with that minimum of 1 partnership within that first year. They're also going to meet that sustainable revenue framework and have 3% of their funds from these partnerships, these grants, and community donations. And the long-term impact of this is that there's a sustainable partnership and funding opportunities, either with the partnership that you are establishing with that list that your executive has that we will be contacting, or with another organization. And now that we have the funds to continue this organization, how is your organization going to improve its reach, which Autumn will be discussing with you today?
Thank you so much, Lauren. So now that you have the funds, how can you use these funds to increase your awareness and overall help your organization build a sustainable foundation for the future? The goal that we have established for you today is to raise awareness, to attract donors, and build a better community. So first of all, your organization wants to invest more into digital platforms. Up until now, you've mostly been using traditional ways to market your organization, and you only have 42 Instagram followers. So we would like to see that increase. During the pandemic, there was a limited marketing efforts because the surge of the demand for used vehicles was so high, so you actually didn't really need to use much marketing. But now that you're coming out of the pandemic, the shop has many opportunities to engage with online marketing platforms to really increase your reach and your awareness. The key takeaway that we have for you today is that your organization needs to create a digital and in-person presence to attract donors in order to continue to help all the youth the youth in need. The recommendation that we have for you today is to steer the impact. So first of all, you're going to use a digital media campaign that's going to help spread all the awareness and reach all of their target market. Next, you're also going to host in-person events to really build networking and in-person opportunities, especially coming out of the pandemic. To execute this, you're going to spread awareness through social media engagement with vehicle donors and youth. We recognize that your target market is extremely important to you, so that is why we have laid out 2 main target demographics that we believe that you should target. First of all, we're going to look at Generous Jeff. Generous Jeff is who is going to be giving you those vehicle donations. He's aged 45 to 60, with higher to medium socioeconomic status, and his main platform of use of engagement is Facebook. And why does Generous Jeff want to help you? Because he wants impact reports and tax credits, as well as he wants to make a difference. Now that he's older, maybe he has a vehicle that he would like to donate, maybe his kids are grown up and it's just him and his wife and he needs to upgrade or downsize, so this would be a perfect opportunity and a great person to target. As well as donors, it's also extremely important to continue to raise awareness and to spread your message, which is why you need to target Aware Allison. Aware Allison is age 12 to 20, which is the youth that you are targeting in your organization that has a demographic of lower socioeconomic status. Their main use of platform for social media is Instagram. And why you want to target Allison is because you want to be able to continue to provide education, as this is the next generation of people who are going to be helping support your organization, and if you can target them early on, you'll be able to continue to grow and have a sustainable foundation moving forward. So this is going to be done through a social media campaign. First of all, it's going to have the hashtag Drive the Change. And the content is going to have educational posts about your organization, about what you do and why it's so important, as well as impact reports from how all the money that's going in and how it's helping better the community, as well as how this has helped people's lives. There's individual stories about where they were before and where they are now. The goal is to create awareness of the shop and end the stigma surrounding youth in need. As well, you'll also have additional links that will help direct people to your website to help donate to Canada Helps and directly donate to your organization. as well as our Google Ad grants that are available for up to $10,000 for not-for-profits. You can also take advantage of that to also target people who may not be in your demographic but also would like to help. You're also going to have a car show event. That's going to be your in-person main way that you're going to network and get people excited about what you do. This is going to be through digital platforms and radio advertisement, and the event is going to be as follows. It's going to be called Show the Change, and it's going to be a car show. It's going to be in a local community park somewhere on Newmarket, Ontario, and it's going to have, so people in the community can come and enter their cars, as well as the people who are in your programs can show off what they've done. This is going to allow people of the community to come and see and also just engage and really understand what your whole organization is all about. There'll be a $10 viewing fee and then a $20 entrance fee for anybody who wants to be involved and show their car. This is going to be run through community volunteers, targeting people who may be in university or other groups in the community, and maybe even looking at people who have already gone through your organization and want to continue to help. This is going to help increase the awareness of the shops, programs, and services, create funds, and just build a community involvement and engagement. So now that I've gone over this plan of how you're going to continue to raise awareness, how can you monitor the success of this plan? So first of all, as I mentioned, you have an extremely low following on social media right now, but we believe that with all of this, you can increase it to have 1,000 followers on social media by the end of the first year, and then raising $50,000 from the car show, and then the long-term impact is to create awareness for future donors and participants in the programming. This campaign is going to last about 6 months, and it's going to cost you around $10,000. Of course, that's the allocated marketing budget, but again, with that Google Ads, you have that $10,000 as well. So now I'm going to go through the timeline of when this is all going to be taking place. So right off the bat, in July, right when this strategic plan is beginning, you're going to start and move to going to those new digital marketing ways and getting a good hand on that. Next, you're going to have your partnership agreement in October. Then you're going to really start the Drive the Change campaign in January, just so you have a lot of time, because you're going to be having your car show in April of 2024. That's going to cost $7,000. And at the end of the year, at the end of this whole plan, in June 2024, you're going to review and see what worked and what didn't, and how you can continue to make your organization the best that it possibly can be moving forward. So just a look at the financial impact. This is all the revenue that you're going to be getting from your partnership, your car show, and your grant, as well as all of the expenses that you'll be having. It's going to give you a net contribution of $1,904,000. That's going to allow you to do so much more of what you already do so well. Now, with that being said, I'd like to call on Rachel, who's going to go over the risks and mitigations for your organization today.
Thank you so much, Autumn. So as you stated, I will be going over some risks and mitigations. With every great strategy or plan, there are some potential risks. However, we thought ahead and have come up with some solutions to either mitigate them from happening at all, or if they do, just to alleviate those consequences. Looking at our first strategy, repair the funds, there is a potential that maybe we don't meet the criteria for the desired grants that we'd like, or the deadlines have passed. So mitigations for this, if we aren't meeting all the criteria and you're struggling to find different grant opportunities, there's an opportunity to reach out to your community, consult with an advisory board. And last, if that isn't as helpful as you would like, there is an opportunity to hire a grant writer in your organization who the sole purpose would be to find grants. Our second strategy, steer the impact. So there's a potential loyal donors, so people who are used to your traditional ways of marketing, struggle with this transition to digital marketing. So maybe it's your grandpa who doesn't have Facebook. So a mitigation for this is to use platforms that are accessible to all demographics. So as Autumn said, with the Google Ad grant, though, that is $10,000 per year of digital advertisements, so just Google searches, you'd be able to pop up on there, and that is something that everyone uses, is the internet in general. As well as keeping your traditional communication methods, such as sending them newsletters, sending them emails, however they usually communicate with them directly. Make sure you keep that engaged as well going forward. And just to summarize some key performance indicators, you stated that you would like keeping 3 months' expenses in your cash reserve, so that's $63,000. Raising $100,000 in value in your partnerships, whether that is funding or resources or services provided, as well as engaging with at least 1,000 people online and having 5,000 engaged in your in-person event as well. So what have we done for you here today? Currently, you are struggling in creating a strategic plan to create sustainable revenue as well as creating awareness online. With our two strategies, repair the funds and steer the impact, we have provided a sustainable revenue framework and awareness campaign in order to help your organization break down those barriers. Just like my friend, they have the potential to create an important impact on our community, and that's something that we are so happy to help your organization do. Thank you, and now I'd like to open the floor.
Great presentation, thank you for that, but it is quite labor
providing that mentorship with the young ones. How can we do this?
That's a really great question. So for specifically the event, we do want to collaborate with the community and getting the volunteers to run the event, as well as in the future when because we want this to continue on, there is the opportunity to invest in a volunteer management system. So this is like an app or application that you'll be able to send to all your donors, email them a link, get them to register and sign up, and so you'll have the community and your local donors to be able to get involved in your organization, so you can rely on them as well in all of these opportunities.
So I'm a little bit confused on the partnership, like you mentioned the financial partners, what $100,000 a year, and then also in kind. Is that the same organization, and who is that organization?
For sure. This would be in total $100,000 value-wise, so monetary or donation of materials, so like engine parts, tools for the youth, and this partnerships would have to be with one of your lists that you would potentially provide with us. If not, we would be looking at insurance, Ontario insurance places, or auto body insurance.
Identified that awareness is fairly low right now for our organization. With that in mind, how do we go about securing a very large long-term partnership in a 2 year?
Sure, and that's a really great question. So in terms of creating that long-term partnership, that would also be in relation with the awareness campaign. So you will be doing this correlated, and we do have a few months to secure that partnership, so you will be able to build that awareness and that community engagement in order to get that partnership by our preferred deadline. However, we do have the year. There is a little leeway in order to gain that partnership, so we can get that sustainable revenue framework. So if it does take a little bit more time, we do have mitigation and extra time for that as well.
How are we marketing this event and planning to get that?
For sure. So with the use of the campaign, it's really going to drive people to come. We know that people love to show off their cars as well as getting involved with the community, so this is a great way for the youth to be involved. But by having this social media starting early on, you're really going to be able to really build up and use your audience and see what they like. So just by continuing to market this early on and really trying to figure out exactly how you're going to get people who like cars to come in and just to target and get everyone involved in the community.
And just to add on to that, again, creating that communication with your current donor base, as well as we are using traditional methods such as radio advertisements for the specific event to reach more people as well.
unmutes it.
And then we just have to make sure we mute and unmute we'll let you know when we're ready. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 JDC West Not-for-Profit Case Competition, sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges Hillary Carlson, Susan Milburn, Caitlin Rawlick, Jared Fingler, and Aubrey-Anne La Liberté Puapisconius. My name is Eric Turcott, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, John, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. And I remind you, please hold your applause until the end of the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Two are better than one. Two are better than one, always, because we have a good reward for our work. This is a common saying in the Christian community because it comes from the Bible. And when we were thinking about the challenges that you're facing today, it really reminded us of this teamwork theme. Hi, I'm Crystal, this is Lauren and Benji, and we represent Power Consulting. Today we are so proud to talk to you about a strategy that can help you to bolster your teamwork.
Sure, and now moving on to our key ask, and really the key question of this whole case. We want to see how you, the shop, can ensure long-term success and long-term sustainability. You've asked us today to come up with a brand awareness campaign and a funding strategy for you to fund your programs and create that long-term capability that you currently do not have. And we've identified 3 roadblocks and 3 key challenges that really come with that goal. Firstly is about your brand awareness. Currently we see that there might be low synergies with your digital capabilities, and there's also different opportunities for you to grow and get that population and that target demographic that you so desire. Secondly, we'll talk about sustainable funding. As we will dive into our analyses, we understand that there is an economic downturn with the recovery of the pandemic, and we will dive deeper into that in our analysis section. Lastly, we want to look for alumni partners because we understand that your mission, as described in our slide, it also talks about helping your students and your alumni get job postings. And we want to create an opportunity for you to increase that and be better at that. And with that, we will introduce our race strategy. Well, we hope to fuel awareness of your campaign and your mission, drive funds with grants and car showcases, and really accelerate relations by creating an alumni network. And this strategy as an impact will not only create more awareness within your campaigns and more students for you, but it'll also create an excess contribution of $41,000 today. But let's take a step back and really recognize your current success. We understand that you have created an excellent curriculum of different programs and different resume experiences for your students and people with life barriers in the community, which we want to highlight and we want to applaud because it is an amazing, amazing mission. But with that comes a lot of challenges and the current state that we want to bolster you and push you towards with our CAR strategy. Where we want you to be in the next year and the next 12 months after implementing our strategy is really creating a sustainable source of funding, higher brand awareness so that people in the greater area of Toronto know about you and have an increasing number of projects with your new alumni and creating that connection. But before we do that, let's take a step back and look at the macro environment as a whole. Currently, the world is moving towards a post-pandemic economy, which we understand that has created synergies with other public transports, so people are using less cars, and with the pandemic, there's an increasing trend with your population, especially in Canada. We've also seen that used car prices have been deflating, which poses a problem with the whole market of used cars and new cars, which can affect your business as well. Lastly is the digital and global society that we currently see after the pandemic. As we move towards more globalization, more use of technology, and not even printing our own slides to show everyone, it's really about seeing everything through your screen and creating that awareness in that digital space. So how does this affect you, the shop? If we look at it, we can see that the decrease in used car prices has created a deficit in your revenue and your top line growth, which is a problem moving forward because it will affect different areas of your business and your current impact with your students. It also creates an urgent threat because the firm's operations solely rely on car sales, as we will see moving forward and with our analysis. But also this is all bolstered or made more than it is by a need for awareness. We can see that the shop, you have a slow marketing tactics and slow marketing strategies due to the pandemic that you have taken a step back to cut costs, but now it's time to move that forward. So those are the 3 real roadblocks that we see in your challenge, and these are the 3 roadblocks we will address today with our car strategy. So delving into our first issue and our first recommendation as well is about fueling awareness. As mentioned before, we've talked about this idea that in the pandemic, you have decreased your marketing techniques and your tactics to accommodate the pandemic and cut down cost. Well, now that the pandemic has moved on, we can see that your current tactics do not bridge the gap between your customers and the organization, because you do not deliver content and you do not bring more eyes to your not-for-profit and your mission, which is a very unique one and that we do not see in the market. So we want to highlight that today, because if we don't, we can see that it might create deficits within your operations and really create a deficit and limit your expansion with you and your customers, and will limit the overall impact of your not-for-profit, which is really honing in on your customers or the people within that you're teaching and equipping with necessary skills for the workforce. Therefore, we want to make sure that you revitalize your marketing strategy and move forward, creating more awareness for your mission and your students.
So with that said, before we get the race started, we want you to recommend fueling awareness, where specifically we want to introduce you to the Road to campaign. Specifically, the target that we want to target with this campaign is students and young professionals that are currently located in the Greater Toronto Area, and so this could include people who are aged between 18 to 40 years old. And secondly, we want the objective of this campaign to increase brand awareness and also encourage purchases from the shop, but of course with a focus on really honing in on the brand awareness, as currently your marketing and media presence is quite low. And so the messaging that we really want to promote is hashtag the Road to campaign. So this might seem quite interesting, but how does this look like? So as we mentioned, we will be promoting the hashtag Road to campaign on various social media platforms, for example, such as Instagram. And examples of messaging that people can use is hashtag Road to my first job, or hashtag Road to school, hashtag Road to my first car, and so on and so forth. And essentially people who are able to engage with this hashtag are people who see our posts and also maybe potential customers or are currently your customers or have been past participants or current participants who will be involved in initiating this campaign strategy first. And we believe that utilizing hashtags and social media campaigns are a really, really good way for you to initiate the brand awareness in your online presence, but also just within the greater demographic, as social media presence is really big, especially among the target demographic of 18 to 40-year-olds, but also it's the fastest way to not only reach people within the greater Toronto area, but beyond that as well. And we want to really question, though, will this campaign be successful? Unfortunately, as an organization without much brand awareness, the answer is a no. But what can we do to help you make it successful? And this will come through collaboration posts on social media. This can be with, for example, trade schools as well as insurance companies who we will partner with and have similar values and within the same line of organization. And so this could be spreading things like hashtag road to school if you partner with a trade school, or hashtag road to getting my license, which I unfortunately do not have, if you do partner with insurance companies.
Talk about how this can be implemented. First, let's decide who. We recognize that you have quite a small team and it's stretched quite thin. So we recommend hiring a part-time director of marketing. This will ensure that you aren't paying too much for spreading yourself out too thin in your first campaign. But also, we ask that you would target students or young professionals currently in the marketing area so that they have more knowledge about the newer platforms and technologies that would benefit you the most. We'll also look into social media platforms that are common. Today, we recognize that unfortunately in some of your platforms they're not as consistent, so that will involve cleaning this up a little bit. So moving into the key activities, we see that we've broken it down into 3 separate phases. The first is to, of course, create a job description, hire and onboard this marketing director so that you have someone ready to work on this campaign. The second phase is to develop a very detailed schedule of what this would look like. Road to getting my first car, road to success. Who would these target to, and how will they hear this message? That may be through school connections, previous alumni, or people who have been in your programs before. And also, as I mentioned before, cleaning up your current platforms. One thing we want to highlight is to have public surveys about brand awareness. Maybe you don't have enough brand awareness, but we do want you to measure how much and how far you can go with this campaign. So we'll have this posted on your website when they first enter, and they'll click to have a rating about how much they know about your organization. The third phase is then to launch the Road to campaign and reach out to past participants. Now moving on into our key performance indicators, we would advise that you have high goals. And post interactions will be very important, especially with this campaign. We understand that currently you don't have many website visits, so ideally 100 website visits per month would be a good goal to have. And from changing between the pre-launch of the campaign to post-launch of the campaign, ideally having 80% awareness.
Now that we started by fueling your awareness, we want to start by driving your funds next. So currently we see that with the post-pandemic economy, you have an over-reliance of your sales revenue with used cars. And now that today the used cars market price has decreased, you are suffering a lot, and your projected forecast puts you in a deficit, which we want to solve today. If not, this really threatens the future sustainability of your not-for-profit and the future impact of your students today and your curriculum as a whole. Therefore, we want to explore alternative sources of funding and get you a new strategy that will fund your operations into perpetuity.
Yeah. And so what can we do to really drive your funds? And this recommendation will come in 2 parts. First, we want you to look into grants. Since post-pandemic, the shop hasn't really looked into grant opportunities. However, grants for not-for-profits are really beneficial because they're the fastest and also the most direct way to raise funds for your organizations, especially considering that you're very unique. And so we will look into tapping into things like government grants. But the second part of raising funds is a lot more important. And this one comes into a car showcase. Specifically, why would we even want to do a showcase? This is because we want you to display the work of your participants and the program, highlighting really your key competitive advantage. You're really the only not-for-profit organization out there that targets on auto and also youth. And also we believe that it's a really strong way to raise awareness and reach potential customers in addition to the digital marketing that you will do. But looking into the car showcase a little bit further, what it will be again displaying the projects of your youth participants, but also it'll be to showcase students' work. However, we don't want to limit it solely to the car showcase. We also want you to involve micro donations to people who do attend. So this could include a $1, for example, as a reference for Tier 3, $5 for Tier 2, and $10 for Tier 10. In addition, where we want to host this is the Toronto Convention Centre or any large convention centers that are located within the Greater Toronto area. Who will be presented is the youth that are in the training program at the shop, but also customers, potential customers, your alumni, people who have connections or are interested in the shop.
About how this will come into place. Again, we recognize that your team needs a little bit more support. So we recognize that having a grant writer will be very important, also part-time. And the second thing would be looking to online grants. We noticed that there is a very big database of grants called grantwatch.com, and on there are thousands of grants where you can filter different types of grants by groups that you may be targeting, for example, those who are marginalized, or those who may not have as many resources, certain underserved communities, specific to Toronto. Now let's talk about key activities. Again, this is split into 3 separate phases. We would conduct the similar process of recruiting your grant writer, posting a job description on online platforms, and targeting people who have experience in the social services sector because they have more exposure to working with underserved people. The second phase includes having that grant writer create a list from that long list of grants, and later looking into venues and vendor options for the car showcase. We recognize that this is a very large undertaking, and so it's really important that you have a full schedule and timeline on how to plan this. The third phase will include coordinating with the marketing director that you will hire to release any marketing material so that people will know about these campaigns and about the car showcase, and organizing participants from your current programs to come and tell other people about what their cars and projects look like. The next thing would be to have micro donations, and again, as Lauren highlighted, this is a very important piece of the car showcase and will be an important way that we launch that sustainable source of funding. As for KPIs, we have highlighted 3 different KPIs. Ideally, within the next 12 months, you'd be able to land 5 grants with a total of about $100,000. And for event attendance, we expect to have around 500 people, depending on size of the venue.
For sure. Now that we really talked about fueling your awareness, driving your funds, and now we want to talk about accelerating relationships and creating that idea of unity and togetherness that Crystal first introduced. So currently, we want to emphasize on your core mission that you've talked a lot about gaining employment for your students, and we want to hone in onto that specific message. But currently we see that your operations has no direct pipeline or no real relationship with other companies or corporate sponsors that will fund internship opportunities, co-ops, or different experiences for your students with amazing experiences. Therefore, we've highlighted that we want to increase your youth's opportunity by creating a direct pipeline with alumni. We understand that if this is not done and the status quo is kept, we understand that it limits your results and creates a disconnect with your mission and a conflict within your results and really your mission statement and your organization as a whole. Therefore, we believe that there is a strong opportunity for you to create a job pipelines with alumni networks or different strategies with the connections you've built over time.
So how will this pipeline be created? This leads us to our third recommendation on accelerating relations. We want you to create an alumni network with people who were a part of your program. And the network will essentially entail with alumni who were a part of the shop's training programs to essentially create employment opportunities for current program participants who are seeking employment. And this is because we do realize that at the shop, you currently have a fairly large alumni network that isn't necessarily tapped into. And we believe that this is a really good opportunity because, of course, with all the training that you provide, what should people do? They should get employed and essentially really land and utilize their skills through their full potential. And this will effectively be done through the alumni network because you already have that connection with people who are a part of your program. And what will these alumni necessarily do? Essentially, they can share their success stories, which will be promoted through your marketing channels, such as Instagram and Facebook, and they can also share job postings to people who are currently seeking employment opportunities. And we believe that this will be successful of an alumni network because really there is 2 case studies. First is JDC West. JDC West really hones in on past alumni and volunteers to really come back and contribute as a judge or as a volunteer. And same with the Ivy League. The reason why they're able to really publish so many good cases is because of their strong alumni network.
So how to collect all these people together? Again, there is no I in team. So we recommend that Steve reach out to all of your past participants, past members, to be part of this alumni network. And again, we will reach out through email and other platforms such as LinkedIn. As for our key activities, it is much simpler than our previous recommendations, but it is to, again, create a list and craft messages, then reach out to our past participants. Key performance indicators include ideally having 10 to 15 people engaged in the program, being willing to meet with current participants, and hopefully 5 jobs created within the next 12 months.
For sure, and moving into the timeline, you've asked us to create a 12-month plan for your strategies today. And with our current strategy, we believe that in the first quarter of 2020, year 1, it will be all about planning. In all our 3 strategies, our first quarter is dedicated to planning and really making sure that every step of the way we are prepared and making sure that strategy will keep on going. In terms of quarter 2, we move on to more executing and making sure that we have checkpoints. All these stars are checkpoints for each of our strategies. And after that, it's really just executing and making sure that they all keep on going into perpetuity. In terms of risk and mitigation, we want to highlight the biggest risk will be about slow engagement. We understand that there is a lot of media and traffic within the social media, so we want to mitigate this by increasing fees to push more posts. In terms of contribution, we can talk about this more in Q&A, but we hope to create $41,000 in access.
Again, we want to highlight the importance of teamwork, and it is crucial for us to help you build a solid team moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, so you mentioned, it looks like your funding strategy is pretty heavily dependent on grants. You mentioned somewhere in your presentation obtaining 5 grants, and they were very fast to get. So in my experience with the other grant writing situations, it can take 6, 8 months, a year to hear back if your grant was successful. I guess how would you pivot, or what would you recommend instead if those grants take too long or you don't get any?
Yeah, for sure. If we actually go to our financial breakdown in our contribution slide, grants, we estimate it to go for more small and medium-sized grants. In terms of the $81,000, they're mostly coming from our second strategy, our showcase, with ticket sales and really the micro donation. In terms of grant, we estimate it around $5,000 in total grants, really earning and honing in on the smaller ones, because we understand that all the bigger ones do take longer.
Can you talk a little bit more about the budget for new positions as well as associated marketing costs?
For sure. I think firstly we want to make sure that you gave us a budget of $10,000 for a marketing campaign, and that is the full amount that we're using for our marketing campaign. In terms of the remaining $30,000, we are using that for our venue structures, catering services, and really pushing any other cleaning services that we need for the showcase, rent, etc. And really we hope that, we understand that there's a tall ask, but in order to avoid that deficit in 2024 and 2025 that you have projected, we believe that these strategies will do that effectively.
How is that tying back in with our brand? You mentioned
For sure. So one of the methods, of course, the biggest part is the road to campaign. Essentially, the engagement will come from people reposting and really engaging with other people's posts. But in addition to that, we can also, when people do click into these hashtags, your page will also appear as one of the hashtags. But in addition to that, you can also have people tag your account, and so people will be directed to your social media page, where there people can be directed to like donation opportunities or just to get more information about the shop as a whole.
Incentivize people to actually like use this hashtag. people are way more conscious of what goes on their social media pages and who they support, and with so many good programs, like specifically is this?
That's actually a really great question, and I believe the answer is two-part. First of all, it's just really using your participants' alumni network as well as your current customers to initiate this hashtag initially. But in addition to that, the second part of the answer comes from the fact that your mission as well as your organization is really unique in the sense that the services you provide, the people that you serve, are none like other organizations. And we believe that by utilizing your points of differentiation, people will be naturally inclined to really be more curious about what you do, but the initial starting point will be your current convictions.
Are you seeking donations from that group, or are you just building awareness for that group? Like, I know that our demographic for people who donate funds is more like 40 to 65, so
So I can take that question. We're targeting this group so that they just know about the brand if they are interested in purchasing a used car. So we determined to target this group because they are likely young adults who may have less disposable income. And at this time, this campaign is more to get them to know about the brand, and if they choose to buy a car later in the future, when they start a family or when they start their first job, they'll come to us.
So we're just to clarify, we're not increasing or trying to target like donations of vehicles.
No.
It's more so we're buying vehicles.
I think it's worth highlighting that this is a piece of the puzzle in the end. We want to fuel awareness, that initial awareness, and then create engagement with our showcases and our convention centers. So that will, drive more donations and more ticket sales, which will fund your revenues and your operations for the future term.
Take your stuff from you. Want to do this? Yeah.
You probably. Yeah, you checked it. Yeah. Yeah. No worries. You're ready to go for it. Good. Okay. And we'll just give it one more minute before I start my part. I don't need it, John, so it should be good. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 not-for-profit case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges Hillary Carlson, Susan Milburn, Caitlin Rawlick, Jared Fingler, and Aubrianne Laliberte Puapisconius. My name is Eric Turcott, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, John, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. And please remember to hold your applause until the end of questions. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
So as we all know, the youth is the future for our planet. And so today, myself, Parag, and my colleague Priyesh are from Tex Consultants, and we will be presenting for Youth for Life.
So
To start with an executive summary, we have a task at hand which is preparing a 12-month strategy for the shop, which is a mechanic shop. This includes that they hire they get volunteers from schools. Secondly, we have a solution which we came up with, and you're gonna see this through the presentation. So this is developing a plan that incorporates research, new services, along with developing a marketing campaign. And we have a vision, increasing brand awareness and sustainable revenue growth for the shop. So the background information for the shop is, the shop was set up by Mark and Steve back in 1999. This is based on a concept around a mechanic shop where the youth could drop in to work on a vehicle and learn skills, receive care and mentorship as they navigated through life challenges. This gives them an advancement in their future careers after working here. So these are some of the few assumptions that we came up with. One of them is pandemic conditions like COVID-19 do not rise again. The increase in demand for car rental services in time always increases at a certain proportion. People's perception of used car is positive. Increase in trend of sales of used cars. Also, inflation conditions increases prices of new cars only.
Moving on to the task at hand. The task that we were presented was developing a strategic plan that includes marketing, new partnerships and stakeholder relationship marketing, funding opportunities, initiatives that result in increased brand awareness and sustainable revenue growth through the shop. And we will be achieving to attempt all of these through the strategic plan that we have developed for the shop. Now moving on to the SWOT analysis. Some of the strengths that we found was that the business plan allows them to avoid relying on financial donations only. The plan that has been developed by one of the owners of the firm, Mark, does not rely on financial donations only, rather it depends on the remuneration that they receive from the sale of the used cars. Another strength that we found out was that they're able to distinguish themselves from other vehicle donation programs. There are multiple other vehicle donation programs that exist across the country, and because of their unique unique business plan, they're able to distinguish themselves from other vehicle donation programs. And one more strength that we found out was that the quality of programs increased during the pandemic too. Throughout the pandemic, the shop was able to provide increase in quality of the program that they provided to the youth in Ontario. Moving on to the weakness. One of the weaknesses was that they have no formal plan for the last 2 years, and they do not have one for the upcoming years as well. For the last 2 years, they had not been receiving any donations, and they had declining cash reserves, which almost ran out during the 2020, which they used to pay for their rent. And another weakness that we found out was that they have reduced capacity of youth in programming. The capacity of youth, which used to be 70 pre-pandemic, has fallen down to 25 during the pandemic. Although this has had a negative impact, it also has had a positive effect on the shop, which has led to the quality of program being increased during the pandemic. Now moving on to the opportunities. One of the opportunities that we found out was that they're able to start new kinds of services using their existing business model. There is an opportunity to start new services that piggyback off the existing services, such as providing cars for various events. Another opportunities is that they can form a donation model which is similar to that of Worth or to a teen challenge, which depend on different types of donation models. One of the threats that we found out was that they have a declining value of resale vehicles. As the price of resale vehicles increased by 35% during the pandemic, with it peaking near August of 2022, it has started to fall down, which is leading to which is acting as a threat.
So, taking you through the quantitative analysis, these are some of the ways in which we are getting revenues. So, to start with revenue from car sales, so the 2023 column and the 2024 column is the projected sales which was given, and as you can see, COVID-19 occurred in the year 2020. So since COVID-19 occurred, our prices of cars increased, and people tend to be using more number of cars. Therefore, that increased our revenues. So these are some of the figures for the funds from grants, donations, and the total revenues which were given to us for the projected 2023 and 2024 year. So this is a revenue comparison chart. So all the figures which you saw in the chart for 2023 to 2024, that is what we are specifically going to be looking at, since COVID-19 already started on 2022, and we want to see that how our plan is going to be taking effect in the 2023 year and the 2024 year. So how is this going to happen?
Now moving on to how we are going to help the shop achieve its plan.
So the first thing we decided to do is split the year into quarterly periods, which is July, September 2023, October to December 2023, January to March 2024, and April to July 2024. So the first step which we're going to be doing, implementing, is carrying out a research and bringing up new strategies to start new services with the business that already exists. Secondly is considerate of existing and potential new relationships which we are going to be having to have our donations or getting new donors. Since when we were in the COVID period, we didn't have much interactions with them, so therefore our grants and donations reduced on that year. And then inclusive of funding opportunities through campaigns and other initiatives that will result into new partnerships, which also increase grants again and donations. And the last one is having an ample reach to consumers through marketing and optimizing based on our needs for the customers and the business as well.
So let's look at how we're going to implement this. Starting in July to September 2023, what we plan to do is get search engine optimization done for the existing website, and we intend to do this through hiring an SEO as a volunteer. To find a person who is volunteering, who is up for volunteering as an SEO, we intend to use Mark, one of the owners, to hire the SEO, as we have been provided with information that they have ample contacts. Another one that we intend to do is start funding events such as car washes, car valuations, and car appraisals. And we intend to use the current contacts of Mark to get the materials that we need for these, such as getting materials for getting equipment for car washes, doing car evaluations, and also carrying out car appraisals. And we also intend to reach out to the old contacts of a program in order to see how responsive they are, and also getting the research done on car rental service. Starting in October 2023 till December 2023, we intend to hire a market and design volunteer in order to help start running a social media campaign on platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and help design stickers and advertisements that we intend to start giving out to our customers that come to us during the car appraisals, the car valuations, the car washes, and other various events that we plan to do. And another one, and during the same period, we also plan to analyze the car rental service research and present it to the owners of the firm and find out its feasibility. Starting in March 2024, we plan to update our website with the latest services, which include car rental services, car wash services, and car appraisal services. As the car wash services and car appraisal services have already been carried out by the firm in July to September 2023 quarter, we would have enough data to carry this out and perfect the service. And the car rental service would be based on the research that was started in July-September 2023 and based on the analysis of the car rental service that was done in October to December 2023. And we also would like to assess the results from the previous quarter based off our marketing strategy. And in April to July 2024, we plan to evaluate the performance for the last 3 quarters and adjust the plan based on results for future periods. We plan to analyze the results from the last 3 periods and see how these activities have performed and analyze them throughout the 3-month throughout the 4-month period and getting them adjusted for the planning of the firm.
So as always, implementing all these new strategies always come with cost. So the first one, which Parag already talked about, the SEO model, that is going to cost us $195 per month. So for a whole year, if we're looking at about $2,400. The car wash equipment is going to be costing us since Mark already has ties in Ontario and other places, so we can get the equipment at a much cheaper rate. If we go to look at new equipments from the market in Ontario, it's going to be costing us about $4,000. Mark can always get it at a cheaper price from somewhere else. Printing stickers, that's just $83, which is going to be giving a pool of around 100 stickers, which we'll be gonna issuing to any customer who walks into the mechanic shop for any repair, any car wash, or any donations of the car which they do to the shop. And then the last one is research for car rental businesses, which is going to be costing us about $1,000. This is a very important one because this makes us know that if the business is eligible to run in the future properly, and is it going to be giving us enough revenues which we need to eliminate the challenges that we are facing as a business and giving other opportunities to the youths who have already been working in the shop.
And another thing to keep in mind is that all these figures add up to a total of $6,000 to $7,000, which is well under a $10,000 marketing budget that has been set aside by the firm for the year of 2023. And although that budget is set to increase as per the increase in car sales, increase of the used car sales, we will still remain under the budget. And another thing to keep in mind is that all the contacts that our owner Mark has, they would not necessarily be providing us with donations. However, they respond to specific needs, based on which we were able to figure out that we would be able to get the car wash equipment for way less price as compared to what it is to get it first hand. And now moving on to the key performance indicators. A plan that comes with risks also needs to be assessed. And we plan to assess those using the increase in car sales. So increase in car sales would help us know how much we are able to increase our budget, an increase or decrease in reach. The reach is the people that we are able to reach through the social media and the SEO that we intend to run. An increase or decrease in reach will help us determine how many people we are reaching out to. Increase in new relationships. Increase in new relationships is an important one because it helps us figure out how many new relationships we are forming and how they're increasing over the 12-month period. And another one is the increase in responsiveness of old relationships. Old relationships such as donors, an increase in their responsiveness will help us in figuring out if they would still like to be associated with the shop or not. So now moving on to the executive summary. So the task at hand was preparing a 12-month strategic plan for the shop as from the period of June 2023 till July 2024. The solution that we came up with was developing a plan that incorporates research and new services along with developing a market campaign. And not only does that plan incorporate research, but it also helps us in achieving all the goals that we had, which were which included marketing, new partnerships and stakeholder relationship marketing, the funding opportunities, the initiatives that result in increased brand awareness and sustainable revenue growth. We have developed a plan that helps us achieve all of these and is inclusive of all of them. And the vision is increasing the brand awareness and sustainable revenue growth for the shop. And hence we plan to carry this out throughout the next 12 months. Thank you.
With the car rental revenue stream, what's the competitive advantage that we have in that space with a lot of competition? And how do we reach our customers?
So, based on Ontario's market and the research that we did while we were carrying out our research and while we are planning out the costs which are associated with that, roughly a automatic car wash will cost $15 in Ontario, but since we are not planning to do that, the cheaper one is going to be costing us around $12. So what we are going to be doing is the customers who are already visiting and getting rental cars from our business, when they come in or walk into the shop, they get a discount which is like $2 and they pay $10 for a car wash. So similarly, if they're buying a car and they're already a pre-existing customer, they already get all the services that we are providing or at a cheaper rate compared to what is in the market and so forth.
And based on the car rental service, the advantage we have is that we have used vehicles, and as mentioned in one of the assumptions, it is that people's perception of used cars is positive. Generally, people do not tend to perceive used cars as that positively. However, since we already have an existing base, we would be able to develop it extensively, and we will also be able to offer it at a cheaper service.
Identify the two risks to your strategy and talk to us about those.
Two risks that we could identify were that while reaching out to old contacts, they might not always respond back to us. And the other one would be that there is not exactly a guarantee that we would get the prices promised from the contacts that Mark already has. So those are the two risks that currently stand. However, those can always be countered with, as we already have an excess of the marketing budget, and the prices that we have could obviously be high, but they would still be well under the 10,000 budget.
Getting pretty out of the scope of our current vision and mission. How is the youth that we're trying to basically build skills for and get them employment in the long term?
So since the car rental services, like people are gonna be taking our cars like probably for a week period or days, whatever amount of time they're gonna be taking it for. Of course, a car is something which always wears. They have wears and tears. So since when it comes back to our rental business, we are gonna be evaluating on like what is wrong, or like of course if there's something wrong, the customer is gonna be letting us know that what is wrong. And since we already have other donated cars through the businesses, they already have like something to do every time. Since the cars also be like diagnosed while before giving it out to a new customer.
So you mentioned, as Stuart's point, quite a few different tactics on what you want to achieve here, including appraisals, rentals, all this stuff. How are we communicating all those new services we're offering, and how are we going to run them with our less staff that we have now post-pandemic, only 25 youth workers in a year, and a lot more services that we're offering?
So, as mentioned, we would be updating our website with the latest services which we already have. So all these services would be mentioned on the website, and along with that, since starting in April to July 2024, we want to evaluate the performance of the last 3 quarters, and based on that, we would see how they've performed and market them according to that. And apart from that, since although we are already operating at a reduced capacity, we would during the time that we have less vehicles to repair, we would be engaging our youth towards that side.
Thank you.
First, just grab your personal items out. Ready to go. Thank you.
just wherever, even if you sit in the front on just right there. would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, team's good to come in. Like, leave your water bottles. Starting with the clicker. Good. Just check that it works. And we got another minute, so in a minute I'll start my thing back there, and you guys put drill from there. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 not-for-profit case presentation sponsored by Cameco. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Hilary Carlson, Susan Milburn, Caitlin Rawlick, Jared Finglas, and Aubrey Ann Laliberté Puat-Visconius. My name is Eric Turcott, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, John, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there's no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. And I remind you to please hold your applause until the end of the question period. Competitors, you are free to begin your presentation.
Hello, class. Please open your textbook to page 75 and read the passage to the left. Now, what did you learn? Did you learn how to make connections with those around you? Did you learn valuable practical life skills that will gain you employment for the future? And did you learn how to navigate conflict, even in times of hardship? Now, I would be very impressed if you had done so. Your organization, the shop, knows better than anyone else that the confines of the classroom are not the only learning opportunity for vulnerable youth. Good afternoon, my name is Sky, and I'm here with my teammates Cameron and Selena, and we are High Beam Consulting, here to illuminate your path forward. We are so excited to be able to support your organization in the opportunity to provide the shop a strategy to generate more fundraising as well as awareness going forward. We can clearly target key questions, such as how can the shops really acquire new long-term sustainable sources of funding, as well as how can the shop gain more visibility for their potential beneficiaries. In addition, we will address the question, how can the shop scale impact to reach more youth? Our strategy of shifting into high gear takes a look at how you can fuel your engine through a corporate sponsorship package, how you can align your tires through a social media revamp, and how you can replace your windshield looking forward by looking at how to service shares with other organizations. This will lead to an overall impact of being able to increase youth in service by 185% by 2025 and a revenue increase of $125,000. Now, taking a look at where you are currently, we would clearly like to walk you through how supplementing vehicle sales through a long-term fundraising strategy will also lead into how to gain more public awareness and visibility, and the overall goal will be to reach more youth that are at risk and vulnerable within the Toronto area.
So now jumping into our stakeholder analysis, we clearly see that there are three main stakeholders that we would like to pay attention towards, as they have great power as well as great interests. First one being youth. Youth has the wants and needs of being able to have the ability for a second chance, as these are youth who are currently at a vulnerable state and want to be able to reinvent themselves. The implication for this is that they require mentorship connections and opportunities that may be inaccessible, but that is where the shop steps in. The second stakeholder we'd like to look into is partners. The needs and wants of partners is for tax receipts and to help youth in a tangible way, and the implication of this would be the need for transparency and a clear ask from the shop. The third and last stakeholder we would like to focus on is the referral agencies. The referral agencies have a need and want of youth success stories through upward social and economic mobility, and this provides us with the implication that they're willing to partner with organizations to provide resources at scale, such as the organization, the shop.
Diving into some analysis looking towards the funding streams, we can see that the shop has three main funding sources: grants, family foundations, as well as donors. However, in a post-pandemic world, grants are so hard to acquire. Every single nonprofit and charity is striving to get those grants, and that competition is so fierce. Family foundations donate to multiple organizations. The shop is not the one exclusive organization they donate to, so targeting them in the future is not the best route to go with because it will not result in a sustainable funding stream. And then for donors, we see that post-pandemic, donations have dropped 12%. This is a huge amount, especially in Canada, for what's given to charities itself. This is why donors are not the right route to go with in this route. So thus, the shop must look for new sustainable funding streams to prevent that deficit from happening in 2024 and beyond. So where can we actually source where can the shop actually source other funding streams from? So you looked at four key alternatives: online fundraising campaigns, influencer campaigns such as Twitch, peer-to-peer fundraising, and corporate sponsors. Our criteria were the scalability of the option. We want this to be a scalable and wide-reaching fundraising strategy for your organization. The volume of funds. The volume of funds are extremely important in order to ensure you have that 3-month cash reserve, as well as the ability to prevent the deficit. And the capacity of the shop. We understand you're a small charity at this point in time. We don't want to overload your employees or yourself so that you're able to have this funding stream excel in the future. Because of this, we see that online fundraising campaigns don't meet the volume of funds, so they were not considered. Influencer campaigns such as Twitch are not scalable. Those are one-time campaigns that run forward, and typically the influencer is not willing to partner with you again, so it does not work. And peer-to-peer fundraising. Peer-to-peer fundraising is great for charities. However, with the awareness that the shop currently has at this point in time, it does not work. What we see with corporate sponsors is that you may not have the capacity currently to do this. However, going forward in our recommendation, we will outline how corporate sponsors are the best option for the shop to pursue with going forward. So the key takeaway from this is the shop must look to target corporations to scale funds for the future and ensure that long-term sustainability.
Now going to our second analysis, we understand that you have provided us with multiple areas of interest in order to target the market. We have split this into two groups, supporting the youth as well as reselling vehicles, as we understand the shop is a two-sided marketplace. Supporting youth has the referral agents where they're able to provide those that are vulnerable, and selling vehicles utilizes vehicle donors, partners, and buyers. Now we understand from this is that supporting youth actually already has enough support from the shop. There's currently actually a backlog with everyone who wants to participate within the youth and gain these opportunities. So there's actually a need for increased capacity through vehicle donations in order to provide youth with these opportunities. So there's no need to focus on the marketplace supporting the youth. The second we would like to look into is reselling vehicles.
these vehicles are actually currently, with COVID-19, these vehicles are actually, used vehicles are seeing an up in prices. These prices are actually where car agencies are actually requesting and targeting those who they have previously sold their cars to in order to resell their cars back at a higher price. So we see from this is that there is actually a need to target those who are reselling their current cars to provide better value than those car agencies that are outreaching to the previous customers and requesting to purchase with a higher price. So now that we know that we need to target those who are reselling their vehicles, let's take a look at John. John is a 30-year-old who is currently looking to sell his car as he already has a second car in mind, as he is an actual car enthusiast who likes to repair cars in their own time. But with his current car, he is looking to sell his everyday use car to purchase a higher end car. John wants to provide and give back to the community, but there are two main pain points that stops him from being able to outreach to the shop. The first one being that he does not know all the options that are provided to him with reselling his car. He is unsure that there is even another option other than just reselling it back to the car agency. The second is that he doesn't know how the shop gives back to the community. How exactly is a shop providing that value back to the youth is something that John must need to know. So with this, we see that the key takeaway is that the shop needs to market towards John's in order to obtain more used cars through digital marketing and to expand their reach.
Now, taking a look at our third analysis point, we can clearly see that the shop really needs to consider wraparound services in order to provide the best care towards the youth that they're currently serving. What are the current situations that is going on within the shop is that there are key strengths within the organization, such as that very automobile mechanic expertise that Mark currently has, as well as mentorship and connections with other youth within the program. Now, the referral agencies play a key part in this in being able to inflow new youth into the program. And so we can clearly see that the shop has a very strong foundation in being able to offer to other potential organizations as they have a very niche and clear expertise within their field. Next, let's take a look at a potential opportunity and what the shop may be missing in terms of the services that they really provide to vulnerable youth. There are clearly opportunities for other employment opportunities, as well as emotional and mental support, which those that are not in education, employment, or training, labeled NEET, are clearly in need of at a higher rate than other youth. We can clearly see from here is that NEET youth need more counseling, support, and education opportunities to be able to move forward with more wraparound services. Now, what is the overall goal of this is that how can the shop really go and look into more impact and being able to affect more youth in a broader way? The shop can really look at more robust wraparound services by taking a look at partnering with other organizations that have specialties in fields that are other than the shop's specialties. And this ultimately shows that the shop should partner with other organizations to provide additional employment, emotional support to those in order to be able to have them continue their journey within their lifestyle.
Now, let's dive into our recommendations. We first want to go over an overview of what we're going to present today. In Fueling Your Engine, we're going to go over what our corporate sponsorship package looks like and who you should target. In Aligning Your Tires, we're going to show you how you can revamp your social media in order to gain more awareness. And in Replacing Your Windshield, we're going to have a partnership with YES, or YES, in order to have a service sharing organization. So, diving into Fueling Your organization, Fueling Your Engine, highlighting why corporate sponsors are a great way to go with is that $21 billion in Canada has been given to charities in the past 4 years. And corporations now more than ever are invested in corporate social responsibility, especially after the pandemic. This is a sustainable route of funding as these corporations are looking for tax receipts in order to be able to lower their current expenses and to be able to have this corporate social responsibility, which is so important in today's day and age. Now, what does our corporate sponsorship package actually look like? We have 4 tiers outlined in our corporate sponsorship package: a sedan, crossover, SUV, and luxury, each with different types of funding streams and with different target amounts. We can see that targeting luxury is 1, and you're going to be targeting 1 SUV as well. Now, in terms of what these corporate sponsors would be getting is outlined below. So mentorship opportunities would be given to all of these organizations. We want them to ensure that they can come and just facilitate with the youth and be able to share their knowledge. This would help the youth increase the amount of knowledge that they're getting from the shop and be a huge value add. In terms of website highlights, we want to ensure that the sponsors who are donating the most amounts are getting the most feature. These organizations could potentially become recurring donors in order to ensure that going forward, you have a sustainable amount of funding in order to thrive. We also want to highlight that naming rights on the bottom is specifically limited for the luxury class. These naming rights could be for certain parts of the auto body shop if it was to expand, or even for portions of programs that are offered to the youth to ensure that these corporate sponsors stay and are retained. Now, what are some corporations that you could actually target? We can see that corporations such as KPMG, TD Bank, CarStar, or any within the telecommunications industry are great corporations to target. Why? Because these corporations actually need the CSR more than ever. Within the accounting industry, there's been highlights of actual burnout and overworking of employees. Within the financial services industry, we can see that as well. Partnering with auto body shops makes sense because you're an auto body, your whole service revolves around helping youth repair cars. And in terms of telecommunication companies, they've also had major scandals within the last few years, and this would be able to help their corporate social responsibility going forward. The overall impact of this recommendation is $125,000 in donations from these corporations. Now, diving into our implementation, we see that there's 3 stages: planning, action, as well as measuring. In the planning, you must notify your directors and develop the sponsorship package. In action, you have to prepare the website for your upgrades, as well as outreach to those sponsors. And in measuring, you're going to measure the ROI on this recommendation, and Mark Dean will be doing this every year. So diving into our implementation itself, the key task is that you'll be actually hiring and onboarding a sponsorship coordinator within the first 3 months. From there, you'll be locating your corporations in the 4th month going forward continuously, along with your outreach. So this will be done on a simultaneous basis to ensure that you're continually reaching out to sponsors to have them available. And you measure the ROI in the last year. You see that the coordinator will be hired by month 2, and that you'll sign 1 luxury, 1 SUV, and 3 sedan corporations by month 9, with a total cost of $53,500.
Now let's move into our second recommendation in order to align your tires. This would be to revamp your social media and be able to gain that awareness from people such as John. Now, John is in need for more digital marketing, as John is someone who is a millennial. Millennials are always on their phone, always looking for new entertainment, as well as just enjoying their time when they're scrolling through their Instagram. These are reasons why we are mostly focused on the channels Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube that will funnel through and gain more traction for the shop's website, as well as being able to utilize emails in order to forward more marketing tactics. Instagram and Facebook would be done through some social media posts, and YouTube is a new avenue that the shop will be implementing in order to gain that attraction from people who prefer video format, as well as those who enjoy more content that is based on car repairs. The key messaging when you're going forward with social media is that you're able to provide vulnerable youth with opportunity to gain valuable technical skills through donations, which cannot be done by reselling to car dealerships, as well as being able to gain that tax receipt. The content that will be mostly done by these channels would be some feature stories from the current volunteers, as well as being able to provide that basic mechanical support through YouTube videos. Now, going into our implementation, let's look at what exactly would this look like. For Instagram and Facebook, this will be mostly based on Canva, as Canva is a free illustration app that provides user the ability to illustrate as well as plan out long-term posts. These posts would have a clear and simple, straight to the point post that would be able to truly highlight the effects and the impacts that the shop is currently providing vulnerable youth. The keywords that will be provided is reselling cars, as well as providing that youth opportunity. YouTube videos would have similar titles such as that listed below, as well as having intriguing thumbnails such as the one shown on the right, with oil change being one of the basic mechanical skills that many users want, and with the use of being able to provide that and having that funnel and having those YouTube channels funnel down to the website, they'll be able to learn more about the shop, as well as being able to gain more attraction and retention. So let's look into the 3 key steps: planning, action, and measuring. For planning, this would be to hire a marketing coordinator, as well as being able to purchase that Canva subscription, collecting emails from current purchasers as well as for future ones, in order to send out some weekly newsletters in order to emphasize on what exactly is the impacts of the shop and how they are able to assist these vulnerable youths. Action would be the filming as well as the editing, and measuring would be done by Mark himself, and this would be the collection of the number of incoming cars that will be able to be used to repair and as well as sell. With the implementation, we have the milestone of posting 20 Instagram posts by month 8, KPI of streamlining 20 cars by end of 2023, or roughly around July 2023, as well as cost being roughly $60,000.
Now, diving into our third recommendation of how you can really replace your windshield and look forward, let's take a look at certain organizations that might potentially be a good fit for the shop to partner with in order to have those wraparound services for youth. Now, we can clearly see that, yes, Youth Employment Services is a Toronto-based nonprofit organization that serves tens of thousands of youth in Toronto. They not only provide counseling and employment training, but they also have skills training as well for wraparound services for those in Toronto and above. We can clearly see that certain offerings are very clear by the shop, as this is such a niche market that the shop is able to provide. And through the logistics of being able to cross-collaborate posts on social media, as well as sharing through websites and Instagram, there is a strong ability to have the youth from, yes, organization and youth from the shop to be able to cross-collaborate and be able to have sharing within the partnerships of the organization themselves. The impact of this would be an increase of 200 youth a year by the year 2025. One of the clearest steps in terms of the planning step would be a proposal package towards the organization, and an action that is clearly laid out is a partnership memorandum of understanding. The key milestone is 1 partner obtained by Q1 of 2025, and new partnerships can be attained with other organizations moving forward.
Diving into our risks, we see that the most pressing risk here is that you're unable to reach that $125,000 in revenue itself. The impact of this is high, with the likelihood of this being medium. We see that your mitigation strategy for this is to focus on those larger donors in that luxury category. Diving into our roadmap for success, we can go a bit deeper into this into a Q&A session, but we want to highlight our financials today. So you see that your total revenue you will be receiving from this recommendation is $235,000 with an ROI of 31.1%, an amazing ROI for all the recommendations we are implementing today. Additionally, you'll have 200 youth served by June 2026, and you have those 30 cars acquired and served in order to be able to help your beneficiaries. So today we went over our recommendation of shifting into high gear. Now that class is over, I invite you to close your textbooks. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So my question is, one of the ones that you outlined was having like a luxury vehicle, but sometimes it can be difficult to convince. So what would be our like selling point to get people to like donate vehicles, especially luxury ones to us?
Absolutely. So I think there's a bit of miscommunication in terms of this corporate sponsor package. So it'd be labeled as the amount that would be donated by these corporations. So $50,000 would be donated by corporations such as Rogers or TELUS.
You guys mentioned a couple hires, you had marketing and a coordinator for the first portion of your presentation. I didn't see a wage for the first one, and if this is starting at the beginning, how do you plan to pay these 2 new employees without any?
Absolutely. So we do have the wages listed in the financials here. So the sponsorship coordinator, the sponsorship coordinator should be $45,000, and the sponsorship package would be $7,500, and the marketing coordinator would be paid $50,000.
And how are you paying them when you hire them at the beginning of the year? With any money from the organization?
Absolutely. So we see there is a bit of a surplus within the organization itself. So this would be used to supplement the wages going forward. And then as the donations come in, that would be used to pay the wages going forward.
So you're putting a lot of eggs in this corporate sponsorship basket. And to me, it looks like there's a bit of a disconnect between the types of organizations you're targeting, some of them, and the job opportunities. So you mentioned KPMG, which is an accounting firm. How does that, or telecommunications, like how does that relate back to mentorship opportunities for these youth that are maybe not going to university and kind of getting those more hands-on technical trade skills?
Absolutely. So we can clearly see that one of the things that we really want to encourage throughout this mentorship opportunity is the personable and human aspect of those working in their corporate jobs and those going through the shop's programming. So really diving into personal details and how their livelihoods showed up and how they were able to get to corporations such as KPMG, or Rogers, or TELUS.
And then just kind of going back to your sponsorship package tiers, like they're donating 5K in the sedan category, and then they're also donating time to mentorship.
So this time would also be part of the mentorship or part of the corporate sponsorship package, and these corporate partners will be willing to provide those people that are interested in, for example, car enthusiasts who may be interested in helping back the community, as well as actually in the car circle, in the car enthusiast circle, as well as wanting to be a part of not only the company, but also being able to assist with the CSR portions of their work.
Just on this slide, you have that the difference between the luxury and the SUV is $30,000, which would basically put that as the cost of the naming rights. Is this an annual agreement, or is this long term? Once they contribute, they now are the name on the program.
So this would be an annual agreement. So we see that with these organizations themselves, they would donate one time or donate the amount over the annual span of the lifetime of their partnership. And if they seek to renegotiate and repartner with the shop going forward, then that donation amount would be received again. Or if they choose a lower tier in the future, that would be acceptable as well.
So I didn't have an opportunity to speak briefly about the first one. About the second one, please.
So diving into the second, it is based on not having enough engagement on their social media platforms, which would have a low impact as well as a medium likelihood. The mitigation of this would be to increase the posting schedule, as well as having those social media contests, such as posting contests such as tag your friend in order to win a $10 gift card for this certain coffee shop place, or for Amazon, for example. And this would be able to increase the engagement, as well as being able to increase the awareness of the overall social media accounts.
Thank you so much, judges, for your time. We understand we were the last presentation today, so we really appreciate you sitting down and taking the time to watch us and giving us such quality questions. We really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever, anything that's not related to the case, anything that's like your personal.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry.